Good morning, or good day, or good evening, depending on where you are, but all the same, welcome to the OGA Dota pit, where we are getting into the first day of the playoffs, but it all starts off with a couple of tiebreakers. We've got the best 8 teams in the region, now narrowed down to 6 in the Chinese region, as they battle it out for their share of the prize pool of $150,000. And now we get down to some very spicy action to find out who's going to be making it through to the top seed in Group A, as the 3 top teams in that region battle it out. It's Aster, it's IG, and it's RNG, all fighting for that top spot. And here's how the groups look right now. As you can see, 2-1 on Aster, RNG, and IG, meaning we've got this tie right now. Let's see who is going to come out on top. And joining me in the panel to break this one down, we got 1437, and we have Mo Farah. Starting with you, 1437. How do you think these tiebreakers are going to look?
I think Aster's going to lose. I'm just going to come out and say it right now. You know, the China Kings are falling apart. But to be fair, though, these are best of ones, right? And maybe Aster is a little bit more prepared, but at the same time, like they didn't expect to be in this kind of situation. A tiebreaker between RNG and IG, they were probably looking down on these teams before they were coming into this tournament. And all of a sudden, like you're in this situation, like it must be very frustrating for the players.
Yeah, you can't feel too great about the situation you're in right now, especially when you feel like you could have earned that top spot, but, it is what it is, and now it's time to play once again and just prove to everybody that you are the top team. Mate, do you agree that you think Aster's going to be the one that drops down, and who do you think is going to take the top spot?
If I had to come into today to guess who was going to take this top spot, it would probably be Aster, but it's more of a punt than anything. I mean, we've seen how close these teams are. Every series being 2-1. They can all take games off each other, so incredibly hard to call. All the story arc that I want is the +5 Slark return in the final game to get RNG to win the group, just to get Theban in tears. But I don't know if we're going to get it. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it will come back, but who knows?
It would be great, wouldn't it? The Requiem, the comeback of dreams as a +5 Slark comes back and gets RNG that top spot. I mean,
Mo wants to cast something that he understands. That's why he wants to see the Slark.
He wants the games to be brought down to his level. Well, it's interesting as we're starting out with the same series which we ended on yesterday. So Mo, why do you think it's going to go differently this time around?
I think Aster had their moments last series, right? I think they had some potential draft problems and things yesterday. But I will admit, IG did look really good yesterday.
Yeah.
The question is, was it a potential one-off day from Aster where they've been so dominant in this region for quite a while? And honestly, for me, the tiebreakers are kind of like, oh, do we get the joy of coming first? And then, or do we have to play one of, Elephant, or Vici or LGD in the next part, feels like there's not really a win in any scenario almost, because you're still going to have to play these really good teams at some point anyway. Mm-hmm. So I mean, getting through to the second upper bracket round is great, but all these teams are going to be in it to win the whole thing, right? So in a sense, that if you want to prove you're going to be the best, for me, it almost doesn't matter that if you're going to be placed in the first round or the second round, if that makes sense, because you're going to have to beat everybody at some point anyway.
So I guess the real winners, I was just going to say real quick, I guess the real winners here are the viewers, right? Because they get to see so much more Dota, and us who get to cast, for example, me at 2 a.m. in the morning. This is just beautiful. This is just beautiful stuff. I like watching IG and Aster. We just literally finished off yesterday, and starting off today with the same game is something I did not expect. I'll tell you that.
It's a bit of a twilight zone in here, but nevertheless, yeah, it is 7 a.m. for me and Mo as well. So we're all bright and early. We're all here bringing you the best, the determined crew we've got in our hands. But we have ourselves a draft, so let's waste absolutely no time in jumping into this one as we get started with this best of one between Aster and IG. The rematch from yesterday. Can Aster exact their revenge, or will IG continue their momentum forward and take yet another game off the Chinese superpower? We're going to start off with a Wyvern pick. No interesting bands, really. Everything's pretty normal.
Do you know what I've realised I don't like about this panel so far? Is that yesterday when I was watching you guys, I realised that Nomad had become the butt of the panel in all the jokes and things. And then I come on, and Theben just starts throwing me under the bus instead. And I'm heartbroken, honestly.
There's really a
okay,
hierarchy here, isn't it? I don't know who's at the top, though.
It's B-Cop for his jokes yesterday.
No, it's not B-Cop. Nobody likes B-Cop jokes. Which is weird, because surely Theben should be making the bad jokes since he's a dad now.
That's true.
Step it up, Theben.
Hold on, hasn't kicked in yet. It's a little bit delayed. But just give it a moment. Give it a moment.
I'm excited for the panel when you come in like a vest and like, glasses which are right on the tip of your nose and you go, "Hello, fellows, I'm excited to cast some e-games with you."
Don't worry. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think you're the dad, Nomad.
You have said this several times. I swear on multiple occasions you've said you thought I'm a father, and I don't know what about me makes you think that I'm a father. I don't want to raise a kid. that would be a terrible idea. More dazzle more players.
Let's look at some Dota, guys. So we got the Winter Wyvern right now. As we said, it's I think Oldie's like best hero, right? Throughout this whole tournament, I feel like he's played that exceptionally well. Team Aster, they go for the Leshrac game, but this time they don't pick the Oracle. I think they feel like IG knew exactly how to counter this Oracle in the last game that they played, so they don't want to fall for the same exact trap. I think Emo would have just snap picked that Storm right there. So they go with the Phoenix this time. Another team, really strong team fighter, and IG adapting to the Lesh Phoenix combo opener with the Lina. This is something that I talked about yesterday, how we didn't see IG or Aster utilizing the Lina, and that was a little bit concerning. And all of a sudden today we see them first phasing it, and this time with a really good purpose in killing the egg, but also keeping the Leshrac off the mid tower.
Yeah,
I am. We'll top that.
Nice idea.
I was just wondering if we've ever seen Aster play the Lesh outside of mid before, and if they had the capability to flex it. Because I've seen some teams they can move it to the offlane role as well, but it seems to be almost set that it'll be White Album's hero.
Yeah, 100%. It's just his best hero. The only problem he had yesterday when he played Lesh is his axe was actually too farmed, right? So he wanted to be like the position 1 in that game. And now all of a sudden White Album gets kicked into like the position 3 role. He goes like arcane boots into like some kind of utility-esque Leshrac instead of his normal, boots of travels, run around, farm, kill everything, get fat and run in and just be that guy.
I do think Lesh is one of the better laners though. Lena's one of the better lanes in general, and especially against Lesh, it sounds like a really nice matchup. And I like you were saying before, I love how they've adapted away from the Oracle into picking the Storm themselves, that they see the Phoenix, they now go for the Lina. I think Aster seemed to love both these heroes, though, against the Wyvern whenever it gets picked. Obviously, having that high magic damage burst.
Right.
As Phoenix can go Vestal as well.
Good team fight too against the Wyvern. But at the same time, I also like the Wyvern to disengage against the Phoenix lineup as well. There's a lot of cool things both teams can do here, but I gotta favor IG's opening so much more at the moment. And they go with the TB. Oh, we have not seen this from Aster yet. I think they really want to win, guys. That's what I'll tell you.
Yeah, they're busting out the TV. They're getting serious.
Yeah, I think all the teams right now have kind of stepped away from the Terrorblade. Have we seen a single TB at all? It's been banned a lot, but I don't think any of these guys have actually wanted to touch the Terrorblade. Whereas in the TI qualifiers, it was like the highest win rate hero.
And look at the heroes that are banned in the second phase from Aster as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've covered the TB really well, and even like IG. I feel like the PL is probably one of the better options against the TB, right? And they've taken that out themselves as well. So it'd be interesting to see what they go for.
Clock. Okay, so that's like kind of a counter to Lesh, but not really a counter to TB. It can do good against Phoenix too. I'm wondering what IG's carry matchup is, because the thing about these guys, they love picking a carry that is kind of weird, but also hard counters the opponent carry, right? So they already see the Terrorblade. What do you guys think it is? What are they going to bust out here on Fly?
I mean, maybe like Void's okay, but it seems pretty tough still.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You think they might go Juggernaut? You have a spin to
Maybe.
kill Egg, Lesh, Terrorblade as well. He can't sunder you.
Is Ursa okay against the TB?
It's okay. Yeah, it's good against Phoenix too. I can totally see Ursa working out. I'm just not sure this again the Ursa vibes from IG's draft right now.
The Morphlings
Axe
ban, that would have
is-
been my favorite for sure. But
Radiant team pick.
What was that?
Axe is still in the pool as well, right? So
Axe is there. It is
wow.
good. I mean, I like the pure damage versus TB a lot. But that Oracle, oof. Really doubling down. I mean, they managed to get an Oracle Leshrac out, with your Leshrac being second pick and the Oracle being fourth pick. They wanted to get rid of these annoying offlaners instead on IG.
This is much better because now there's no Storm Spirit that IG can just draft unless they decide to put the Clockwork offlane and Lina 4. So, and IG are going to have to pick this Tide Hunters to be able to just blink Ravage and also try to hit the Oracle way in the back so he can't hit that False Promise off. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to do that. It's going to be easier when he's get a Blink Dagger, though, on Lanham.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm really shocked IG are leaving their carry pick till last in this draft.
5 seconds.
Because
Yeah.
I feel like when you feel like you have this awful carry to carry matchup, it feels like it sucks if you're playing the one, right? We're like, guys, this game's really hard. I'd be
But-
interested to see.
They
You
really
get-
wanted to get their JT Tide Hunter out. Like, they
Yeah.
love this hero. They don't get to play
Exactly.
it very much. If it's a good Tide Hunter game, I'm not surprised to see them prioritize it.
And you've seen JT's Tide getting banned almost every game if you didn't take his hero already, right? You can give an argument that Mars is available. No, Mars is actually banned. Never mind. It's weird. Look at IG's bans in the second phase. They banned Mars, they banned PL, and these are amazing heroes against Terrorblade. And Aster also
Yeah.
banned TB counters, and suddenly this TB just looks so good in this draft.
Oh,
I actually would have
Drow.
preferred the Sand King to the Tide Hunter, but I guess it comes down to personal preference.
Yeah, but you need Tide against Oracle.
10 seconds.
It's about the
remaining.
big Ravage that hits the entire screen, so the Oracle can't
5
save the
seconds
guy
remaining.
who they're actually initiating on because you're looking to
Right,
blink
right.
past your target.
Okay. And the Burrow Strike can't achieve that.
Exactly. Burrow Strike can't achieve that.
Or at
Burrow
least not
Strike, it's like
easily.
you're blinking, just far enough away from the hero to stun him. So the Oracle is just gonna walk in, Fate's Edict, and then that's it.
Dire team
Fight's over.
battle. Radiant
Pack it up,
team
boys.
pick.
Alrighty, what pick is it going to be for IG? So, I mean, its most played is Morphling, Wraith King, and Spectre and Joe.
I think this is like actually Spectre looks good. I like Spec here. It gives them that ability to just ravage and haunt onto the
10
same target and just
seconds
burst
remaining.
them. Other options I can see is like
5
Juggernaut,
seconds
Troll
remaining.
to a lesser extent. But yeah, those are
Dire
my
team
things. Okay, another Clinks it is.
IG busting out the big guns. A flaming little skeleton boy going to be coming out as their final pickup. I mean, it kills eggs. It's okay against Leshrac.
10
Against
seconds
TB,
remaining.
I'm not sure I love it.
Yeah, the lack of like
5
magic damage in
seconds
general
remaining.
burst against TB does seem a little bit wild, doesn't it?
Yeah, you've got
But-
2 Linas now.
I mean, it's going to be so hard for this Phoenix and Oracle to play Dota, though. I think this game. There's all this jump from the Clockwork. They have like the Ravage that the Thieving was talking about. Even this Clinks can go and hunt in the backlines if he gets his angles in.
Interesting. Did not expect this Clinks, but I can totally see it working because Aster technically has a lot of squishy heroes. This Leshrac is going to need a lot of items to be able to combat IG's draft.
You may
Bat
now
Rider
select
pick,
your
that's
heroes.
solid.
This is
Yeah, okay. I mean, this Bat's going to need to do a lot of work. Like, he's got to shut down the Clinks, or else White Album is going to be the one who's going to suffer the most. And let's not forget, this Clinks is probably not the real carry. The real carry in this draft is going to be the Lina. Because that's what it's felt like this whole tournament.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I like that. I would have loved to see the Lena been able to go through a magic build, but I don't know if that's possible. I mean, they just feel lacking in a lot of departments for me on IG. Also, as I've said before, I'm not super keen on teams which don't have a core, which can just jump in and start harassing people. And I don't know. I guess maybe the Clinks can do that. We've seen the Clinks go and take fights on his own before, so maybe he can fill that role. I'm just not sure they've got the pressure here. I'm gonna go Aster for this game. I'm pretty sure.
If you're IG, do you try and swap the lane so you get the tide against the bat?
That would be very interesting. I can see that happening. And then you can have the clock and the clinks together. Yeah, that could be good. But I will say, though, before we hand it over to our casters, that IG looks good. I like IG. Even though they pick clinks, for once, I can... Okay, last time I did this, I burned myself. But, it can't go wrong twice, right, guys? So let's go with the clinks.
No, it wouldn't dare.
Things can go wrong twice, and things can go wrong back to back. I mean, look at Mo Farah's career. Right, well, let's see if these guys can do it again. These guys, yesterday they set the longest game of the tournament, 58 minutes, and this time around they're gonna try and do the same thing again by the looks of it. It's a best of one tiebreaker match between Aster and IG. Let's throw it over to our commentators. We've got Bikiop and the lovely Mo Farah.
Thank you very much. I think it might just be me after that burn. I don't know if Mo really wants to participate after that.
Can you see that? Like, he says the really horrible thing, and then at the end he's like, "And the lovely Mo Farah." Just tries to balance it out. What a sicko!
Yeah, it feels like brotherly love, like my brothers used to do that. They may bully you at home, but like, you trip and bang your knee, they're gonna help you back up.
I know, I'd laugh if Nomad tripped and banged his knee. And then I'd maybe help him get it back up. But
he just flew over the handlebars. You'd be okay with that?
It was me that sabotaged his bike.
You cut the brake cord?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I was looking at JT's stats on this tide. He's got a 65% win rate on this hero, and it's known as his best hero. It's actually not his most played hero anymore, and it's actually not his highest win rate hero anymore. And I think it has to do with the fact that this hero gets banned against him so often that the amount of times that he actually gets to play the hero are far and few in between.
I'll be honest, I think this is a really good back game. It's not a hero we've seen come out from the Chinese teams a lot this tournament.
Right.
But I think it's like when he pops BKB and like runs into the fight, the only thing they can really do is curse him. Otherwise, I think he basically just gets this like free initiation right almost every single time. And obviously the lane up against the Clockwork and the Clink should be okay. In the early levels it's a little bit difficult, but...
Yeah, XXS's most played hero has a 67% win rate with it, over 121 games. This is what he was known for, especially during that run at DAC. I'll end my sentence there, because we all know where it leads to. something OP on Tinker at DAC is where it's going.
So XSS has gone boots first, so he's able to pull the waves and things like this.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So this is really nice. If you see the enemy carry as an offlaner, pull the wave behind their tower like this, what you do is you force the wave that you pulled under your own tower, so that basically the tower kills the wave under... Your own tower kills the wave really quickly, so that then the next wave comes and pushes under their tower again. It just basically messes with the creep equilibrium, like as much as possible. And what they're trying to do in this bot lane is to stop the creep equilibrium just sitting under the enemy tower all the time, basically. Like right in front of it.
Denied.
Ollie and Fly. Is there much they could do about XSS just pulling this creep wave away? And really trying to cut the creep wave?
Not... I mean, they have Battery Assault level 1, right? But it doesn't do a huge amount of damage. It's at that level 3 mark where the Battery Assault really starts to kick in. And you can see it's the same on both sides, so the tide just pulls this like double wave away. And this is so good because there's 2 range creeps as well. So his whole wave is just going to get denied. Imagine playing Oracle and trying to zone out a Tide with the pitiful right clicks. Get off my carry.
Feels like me trying to do anything in my pubs, but XXS getting run down here. First blood will go the way of Ali. That's with the rotation of Kaka coming bottom. And that's just because Tide's pretty much A-okay here by himself.
Yeah, they can't really do anything to him. I like this rotation, actually. I didn't think about this. And now all of a sudden, this Batrider, which we've said it's a really good game for it, could potentially be laning against 3 heroes. And it feels awful, right? And you can see the Wyvern just rotating in and taking the bounty room in the dire bot jungle as well. Just snatches it away.
Now IG's lane's going the way that they want it to. Kaka taking a courier, goes after Borax, and Ali making a rotation. See if he can help out. And you just see the battery assault just harassing Borax. Ali pushing him away, hoping that maybe they can get over and invade this jungle where XXS is at right now. They place down a ward and he's under vision.
That's the thing, they have this really deep ward down, right? And Kaka steals the water rune, so White Album doesn't even get to refill his bottle. This game's going so well for IG. This is, yeah, really well played. And that's the thing, right? Where normally, if this bat has a difficult lane, he can always just go back to the jungle, stack some camps. He's level 3, so he's not massively, leveled or anything. It would take a while to take the stacks, but they have this really deep vision down already.
Battery assault again going after XXS.
They got him.
Continuing to zone out.
That's the thing with the sticky napalm as well, and you can see Bat's bought a Windlace as well. He's on Boots Windlace to get as much distance as he can from the clock, basically.
He never really wants to get caught up by that battery assault and allow Fly to output some damage on him. I was looking at Fly stats too on this Clink. Like, Clinks, he's really quite good on this hero. I think it was upwards of 67%. I might have already said it. But he's done really well with this hero in the past. I know Clinks hasn't had, like, the greatest of times in this event in the one game it got played. But in the past, we've seen him have some great performances with this hero. And he's had an open lane by himself, pretty much. And this is a great start for IG in all lanes.
Looks like the Luna's going to take some stacks as well, just so the Wyvern could take over mid lane at the same time. Be as efficient as possible.
They come over on the Clinks. Gonna get this kill. Icarus dive over. He's not dusted. Continuing to get chased, and now the turnaround. Fly going in on XXS with the help of Ali and Kaka.
Yeah, that's rough. You bring 3 heroes down here to try and match what the Wyvern did before, right? But it's a little bit too late, and IG are already set up and ready to go. And they placed a sentry, but they didn't have dust. So I found that a bit surprising.
More fuel for my fire.
Is that a soul ring on Lena? That's interesting, because, we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? Or at least the panel were. That the soul ring on Storm was like something we didn't see a huge amount of, but Emo was doing a lot. And he seems to be doing on other heroes as well.
And now he's got it here on the Lena, and we'll see if this becomes a bit of a common thing here for him on all his mids as Ali gets taken out by White Album. Just caught it well out of place.
Wow. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a soul ring on a leader, not in a long time at least.
Emo innovating.
They're making some stacks for the Batrider, it looks like.
His lane has not gone that well, only 20-1. You compare that to the Tide, who's 40-5. JT just picked up his soul ring, losing his courier to XXS though.
Oh, the Lena's coming top as well.
This is not going to be fun. Ravage comes out. Right clicks with an LSA, the Laguna Blade over onto White Album. They get a quick kill onto this Leshrac. They're going to rotate over the Oracle, but he'll stop his TP. Knowing not much can be done without a false promise in such low level.
Guys, I can't wait to gank this Tide. Oh my god. That was
Dire's top tower
that's unfortunate
is
for
under
White
attack.
Album. Especially because he was the most farmed hero on the Dire side, right, in an already difficult laning stage. Just turns up, gets Ravaged Lagooned, and they're going to take the tier 1 as well. That feels rough.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, XXS, where he was supposed to like get this really great gank from the Lesh and then be able to take over the lane and farm for a little while, his game is still in a really difficult position.
And he backs up into the jungle and can't really find himself feeling comfortable anywhere. It has certainly not been a fun time for this Bat Rider at all.
Oh, could he not even take this stack? That's so sad.
Regeneration.
Chip vest drop for the Lina. See where that goes. Tide getting his courier back. He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Meanwhile, White Album getting chased. Cogs push him away. And that probably saves him at the end of the day.
That Clinks does so much damage as well. I think it's easy to forget how much damage this hero can do. Especially at this point in the game against these low armor heroes. Everyone except the TB. Oh, trinket for the Lina. Thank you very much.
As that early
for the Clinks.
Falcon Blade on Clinks. That
Yeah, it's
mana
such a
regen,
great-
that damage, and the health. It feels like such a value item for him.
Yeah, these like low HP Agi cores. Really don't mind that item. You know, we used to see it on the TV sometimes and things like that as well.
Well, Lanham used to build it on every 5 he was playing.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Well, he's
Clinks
playing a lot of
especially-
Nyx.
Middle tower
Clinks especially though has some mana issues, right?
Dire's structures are fortified.
So it feels really good on that hero.
Yeah, it feels nice to have that extra mana regen. He doesn't have a neutral picked up just yet.
Radiant structures
Although the
are
Arcane Ring is in his stash and probably come in his direction real quick. And that's a good pickup for him. Again, mana problems for Clinks, not really as rough to deal with when you've got yourself an Arcane Ring, giving you that extra int, that extra armor, and 75 mana to all nearby allies. Like, that's a lot for a tier 1 item. I think Arcane Ring is one of the better ones
Yeah, it's
out of the
really good.
tier 1. It feels like almost too good.
Now, how good does mana boots feel just in general? And then imagine that, but for free.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I like that play by IG as well. I think I said this yesterday. When you get your safe lane tier 1 run at like this, and they commit so many heroes, just run at their tier 1 mid.
Right.
And you either force their TPs back, or you get a decent trade out of it from taking their tower as well.
There's an early Boots of Travel for the Lina after the Soul Ring, so Emo, he's farming the stacks. He's the one trying to get the big gold here instead of the Tide.
Yeah, I don't know if this is efficient though, right? When the Tide just come over and do it in a much quicker time span. I don't know if the Lina can do this. She's just stacked it again as well.
You'd
Like,
think maybe
for-
a second person would want to be here.
But for instance, right, if the Tide here was taking the stack and the Lina was top lane farming the jungle and things and pushing the lane out, is that not just more efficient in general? I might be wrong, but...
I don't know, but it's fun to watch Emo try. Yeah. I got 3 right there with the Dragon Slave.
Pops the fairy fire. It's like he's in a boss
Just
fight.
in case. And if he dies, he gets the big Dark Souls "You have died" on his screen.
Yeah.
Fly spotting Borax over bottom. Icarus dive away. And now the dust coming out. We're trying to bring over some help.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
By the way, Emo has just completed getting that stack out of the way and has 2,350 gold.
He's very farmed.
Yeah, that was a lot of gold from that stack.
I'm not saying it wouldn't have been a lot of gold. It's just whether it was time efficient or not.
Yeah, I wasn't doubting. I'm just saying, you know, it was a lot of gold to get. Wasn't
What do you
sharing
think
it with
he does?
anybody else.
think he goes BKB?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm gonna say, because I am also in the lobby, he's going Yules. I'm gonna cheat here.
Oh, right.
I was gonna say something stupid though. I wanted to say like straight Ags. But
I'm surprised
yeah,
he's
I go
got
Yules.
bots then back for Yules. You don't see that very often. But I guess with the Soul Wing, because you have more mana sustain, early on you don't need Yules first necessarily. But I would have liked to have seen the BKB. Maybe even like Lincoln's is pretty good this game against the Bat.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The White Album stunned, hit with the Laguna, hook shot to the Oracle, and that was after the false promise was used, but they've got the kill on the line on. They'll use the Winter's Curse, so they do have the control. Question is, can they now keep up with White Album, who is pretty quick? Goes for the stun, doesn't land it, and eventually White Album will drop. Emo's got the kill, and it's a 4K lead here for IG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Really well done there by IG with their movements. IG looking real clean right now.
Yeah, they're looking really good. Their laning stage has gone incredibly well, and they've just pressured him. This Ty's just taken over the top half of the map. Like, the TB has some space to jungle and things, and the Lesh is doing okay. But the Batrider is the one that's suffering because of it, because there's not enough space on the map for all three of them.
Right.
It's the same. Do you remember yesterday we talked about how the Lesh with the axe, well, the Lesh was suffering because the axe was taking so much space? It's kind of like, yeah. Ooh, they got a lasso?
Fly hit by that lasso and will burn out. XXS gets the kill there. So after Fly has had so much open space, hook shot in on a White Album, and Emo now on a killing spree.
Under attack.
Running up that hill brave.
Radiant
That
structures are
hill blind
fortified.
is, yeah, very brave. I think he had a ward down and saw the Lina running up there.
Dire's structures are
Yeah, didn't expect the
fortified.
clockwork as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now they're chasing Lanham. Emo just coming over with the boots of travels, able to make his way up towards top and get a kill here onto the Oracle. They're going to TP in multiple heroes. I don't know if this is the right idea. They go to the Ravage, and now Emo on the run, getting out of range, knowing that XSS is coming over, but XSS doesn't have a lasso to work with.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Stun out
attack.
from White Album, who's now kind of cut off from the rest of his team. Monet moving forward, looking to get a kill here on Ali, who pop the Fairy Fire. The LSA hits on a Monet, and White Album taking a lot of damage. JT, tanky, surviving. Fly back into the fight and missing the stun once again. Oh gosh, JT
Wow, so
still
tanky.
alive after it all, and Aster really come away empty-handed after all is said and done.
Something I didn't really think about, that strafe. Whenever TB pops meta, you can't trade with the Clinks, right? Because he gets the 100% evasion. It's like, I think it's 6 seconds at level 4.
Yep.
Wow.
A tithe to the impurities.
He's about to have
Clinks
Deso.
is so long. There's just so many things you don't think about.
Remember what season was it when we saw 4-position Clinks come out from Jinkyu? Might have even been like season 1. It was a fun
I
watch.
can't remember, honestly. It was like all the Embers and the Clinks 4s and all the
Yeah.
stupid thing. I can't remember when it
And
was.
he would go from like lane to lane just with Clinks and just it was very fun to watch. It was when what was it? Clinks got permanent attack damage.
Oh, what? For every kill that he got under... Every kill he got under Death Pact or something, I think it was. Oh, this Batrider's in trouble.
Let's say lands. They've got the Laguna Blade as well as the Tide to help, but Emo, he'll now dominate.
Emo's
He's
just
4-0
everywhere.
2. Yeah, those early boots of travel. He's just going from lane to lane to lane, and he's got 2,500 gold again. He is so farmed.
We haven't really seen anything from Borax this game either on the Phoenix. Where... I don't know. Like, whether Radiant have this, like, melee support that can get, like, stuck in and get involved with fights and things, this Oracle Phoenix, they haven't really got a hero that can force fights except... You know, the Lesh kind of can a little bit, and the Batrider obviously being the main source of initiation. And because the Batrider's game is so difficult, he can't, like, make all these aggressive plays on the map because he's so underfarmed.
Ooh, Ollie. Looking very dead. Clipped. And...
Oh, no.
losing his life to Lanham.
Do you know what would have Oracle players in tatters, actually?
What?
If Purifying Flames didn't kill. If it left you at 1
man.
HP. You know, like if you're denying creeps.
I think that's such a nerf to that ability.
Yeah, it would be awful. But I was just thinking how we've seen Lanham take so many kills with Purifying Flames this event.
You see a lot of Oracles take kills with Purifying Flames.
Oh, he's going Blink Force on Batrider. Now. Oh, hang on.
And they want to go for this. They're looking over at XXS, and look at the damage. Laguna Blade comes out. And they get the kill on XXS. It's Firefly who gets credit for that one. He's got that Deso with the Falcon Blade going into the BKB. Vambrace gets dropped. Emo, well, he spent his gold on a Dragon Lance, and he's got another stack to farm. Look at that, all by himself once again.
Run in, take the Ancients, go back to the other side of the map, farm your own Ancients.
Radiant's
Efficiency
bottom tower
peak.
is under attack.
And the efficiency with the boosted travel has been real nice from Emo.
Oh, White Album's coming in here.
Icarus dive, Supernova. I don't think that's getting off. Yeah,
That was
Sun comes out on a fly. It was very ambitious that he thought he was going to get the Supernova off, and now they've got the Winter's Curse to lock down Monet. They have the Ravage to follow it up. That lands on 3 of these heroes. XSS gets away from it, but there's not much he can do. They get the kill on Monet. They look over the rest. The Flame Break's going to push them away. Fly still moving forward. Stun lands onto the Clockwork as well as Emo on this Lina, and they find the stun. They'll get the kill, and they'll take out White Album, making it a third.
Tower is under attack.
Wow. I mean, the Phoenix goes in and eggs, but the White Album on the Lesh, they're not on the same page. And then even when he does egg, instead of just stunning straight away on the Clinks, he uses the Lightning first, which enables him to get an extra auto attack off to definitely finish the egg.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, just not on the same page today at the moment, Aster, it seems like.
It's falling to the radiant.
Never go out.
It comes down to, like, you're in the upper bracket regardless.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that because you're in a position like that, or because they're in a position like that, you use this game to feel out a couple of things? Or is that just copium at its finest?
That's copium at its finest, I think.
Okay.
You know, they're not just trying things out. Like, they picked TB. This is Aster's like, we want to win the game hero, you know? And they've got Lesh Oracle.
Sorry, let me take the copium mask off.
Yeah. As an EU Dota fan, I understand. Don't worry.
Its top tower is
You
under
keep your tank full right next to the chair, ready to go.
It's difficult because, you know, through COVID times and stuff, it's been
Radiant's bottom
difficult to
tower
get a
is
hold of
under
copium.
attack. Dire's top
And
tower
we're really
is
getting
under
through it in
attack.
EU Dota.
Tier 2 top. That'll drop.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This Borax Phoenix, and I know you harped on it already, but it just does not feel like a hero he is about at all.
No, not at all.
I miss the days of Borax, Monkey King, and Tusk.
Ricky, tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
Dire's middle tower is
All
under
range
attack.
heroes are so good right now. There's like so many good options. And a lot of them are really fun as well. Like Lina 4, Willow 4, Phoenix 4. I think Mirana's really fun
Dire's
as well.
middle tower is under attack.
It's a good time to be a 4 player.
Pipe picked up for the Tide Hunter. He's going into the Ags next. And he's
Yeah, I
already
think
got
this-
1,800 gold on it.
This BKB clicks as well is so awful for the Dire to deal with.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Regeneration.
Aster just... I don't know how they can, but they're not feeling confident going into the side of IG. That's a blink forward from JT. He's not going to use Ravage. XXS coming over, maybe thinking about getting something out of this. The Flame Break pushing JT back, and now Kaka's going to come in with the Witcher's Curse. That locks up White Out on Firefly, looking for the position to go after Lana, who goes off near the False Promise. Now they get the kill to the Oracle. They've got the Supernova to the side. The Ravage is on 3 of these heroes. Can he get the egg before it pops? No, he can't. And that's going to be Firefly as well as Ollie trying to get the kills here onto this egg before it's back alive with the Supernova used. They use the Sunder. Monet trying to fight with the BKB in this Metamorphosis, and it's not looking likely that he's going to find himself a victory, and Kaka's going to blink forward, looking to get anything he can on this TB, and they'll take out Monet, they'll call GG, and IG will win this BO1.
This was not close.
No.
At all. At no point in the game was it close. I mean, the laning stage is what it comes down to, right? Well, I think the Clockwork did a really good job. He basically just chased the Bat around the whole time with Battery Assault right in the early game. But even though Bat has boots, he just can't outrun him.
Right.
Naturally quick hero.
Yeah.
And top lane, this Tidehunter does not get set back at all. Like we said, once he gets his levels, they were just cutting the waves and things, putting them back behind the tier 1. And yeah, tough game for Aster. And we'll see if IG can break the tiebreakers already. It's a nice quick start to the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a very quick start to the day, and now you go on to the next one against RNG, hoping that you can succeed in winning both. But that's coming up after the break, so stay tuned. We'll see you after. We'll bring you back with a nice panel, and we'll see you in a little bit. Stay right there.
The Bat Rider, he didn't have that good of a time. Conceptually, sure, you can run on Clinks. He has no way to get away from you. But getting on top of him is already, a feat itself. Because you're dealing with the clock, you're dealing with the high damage from the Clinks. You're always going to be like half HP or less. You can't really dive him. So they lost that lane. Tidehunter, he had a free lane. Lina mid versus Leshak, that's also an easy matchup. And it just felt like they just had better heroes overall. The movements were very solid from IG. They know exactly what they had to do. Aster, with this Terrorblade, they didn't have any timings in the early game that allowed them to fight. Oracle also felt a little bit too slow in this game because he didn't really have anybody else to play with. Batrider, Leshak, same thing. These guys need farm before they can run around and do something. Like, their spells themselves are nice, but they're not good enough just to be able to group up as 4 and make things happen on the map, where you're always playing against the threat of the Clockwork, the Winter Wyvern, just throwing Sprinter Blast. There's so much annoying damage on the side of IG. They just didn't have any options on Aster this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to see that Clinks can actually fit into this meta, that he has a place in these high tempo drafts. The last time we saw Clinks, we thought it was good, right, in the drafting phase, and then it just looked horrible in the game. But watching IG just take over the map and have this hero be able to join fights early was really pleasant. It's nice to see some new heroes being picked up.
Yeah, I was going to say, the biggest thing about this Clinks in this draft was when they noticed the Oracle, the Phoenix, and Leshak. He had multiple heroes that he can just delete in team fights and are very weak against high physical damage dealers like a Clinks. And they don't like to play against Invis heroes either. So it just was a smart decision of them to pick that. They just wanted to play a game where the Terrorblade would not even be able to come online, and they would win before that.
I loved how the Clinks was playing with the Tidehunter and the Clockwork as well, He'd just go in like deep in the backlines, and then you just get that big AoE Ravage or the hook shot in on a target, and that would just lock them down for Fly to do the damage and take them down. And that was a really nice little combination there, which I enjoyed. And I think that's how they've been playing this Clinks in scrims and stuff. Like, I think this Clinks is like a kind of, he cuts off the backlines, he isolates the carry. Mm-hmm. And for heroes like TB and Luna, that is the best way to kill them, and Medusa especially.
And was it Vici last time who we saw pick up the Clinks?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Vici also paired the Clinks with the Tidehunter in draft, but they didn't actually put them on lane together, which is what we expected. And it looked like a really bad pick this game. So it's nice to see that there is very strong synergy between these two heroes, and maybe the issue wasn't with the hero but with the laning order that they had set up.
Yeah, some really nice little synergies coming out from IG, that's for sure. Aster, it didn't feel the same, I don't know, like, well, what was the Bat Rider meant to achieve, and how was he stopped from achieving it this game?
It's very simple. They wanted this bat to destroy the Clinks in the lane. They needed one lane to go good for them. And Aster, with their last pick, couldn't even achieve that, right? They had second pick. That means all their cores are constantly being counterpicked in the draft. And this Batrider, he was supposed to be the saving grace for them. But it wasn't the hero, because Clinks, Clock, that's not a weak lane. They can just run at you, even level 1, just take away all your resources. And if you don't come back and kill this Clinks like 3 times at some point and take over the game with the bat, the game just becomes too hard. In theory, Aster's lineup is good if everybody had farm, right? But achieving that means that you need to have decent lanes, you need to have decent lane shoving, and everything's going to be okay, and IG need to do nothing to you. And that's not the case. IG played the lanes exceptionally well, and in this sense, they were outdrafted because Aster were lacking that laning aspect to their draft. And that's where the game actually starts.
And in theory, Batrider is good versus Clinks, but on lane, if you do have like a Clock battery assaulting you and a Clinks just right-clicking you'll die before you even reach the Clinks as a Batrider. So I definitely agree with Steven in that it wasn't the last pick that would salvage the game for them.
Certainly it was not, but we can move on to brighter futures now as we look ahead to the next best of 1 series, which is going to be the winner of that match. Therefore, IG versus RNG, meaning if IG can secure this one out, then they will get the top spot. So, RNG, let's talk a little bit about this team. I mean, just like all the successful teams in this region, RNG have been very creative. They've been very exciting, sometimes too creative. What do we want to see coming out from this team?
5 Void.
Will they be given the 5 Void, though?
We'll see.
I'm calling it right now. It's going to be banned. 100%. It's going to be banned. It's going to be banned.
Okay.
They're going to the opponent's going to remove it. It's not going to happen, I think. Aster is just going to it's IG. I got confused for a second. I thought we're going to play it's going to be RNG and Aster first. But yeah, I think they're going to ban it. There's no reason not to. If they feel so comfortable with it, I think Brewmaster is less scary. It's a good team fighter, but it's not that annoying, I would say, throughout the whole game with a time dilation. But yeah, I mean, RNG, they have some really good drafts. I think IG are really hitting their strides right now, and they're going to win this game.
Yeah, there's so many things which RNG can pull out as well. It's quite exciting. You know, obviously on the POS 5, we've already talked about the Faceless Void. The Brewmaster is a very common one. The Slark we don't talk about so much, but Red Panda, he can also play the DP.
We don't talk about that, no match.
No.
We don't talk about that. That never happened.
We don't go to Slark and home.
So IG are
just Red Panda.
IG are on like an upwards momentum right now, but we have to keep in mind that RNG beat them twice now. In I-League, and the series that they dropped in this group was actually versus RNG. So,
but this is IG on day 4. You know, the growth of IG. Like, that's the thing I love about IG and these teams that have had success in the past. It's like every day that goes by when you think that they're weak, like that those things trigger these guys. You know, they don't like being bad. Okay, not that anybody feels likes being bad, but the sense is it's even worse with these dudes. So they're gonna always try much harder. They're gonna sit there, talk for hours about what they're doing wrong, blah blah blah, get all the stuff out of the way, and then come into these games like the past days and just keep improving every day. Like their drafting has gotten better. Their movements have looked much more fluid. I think it's so hard to play against IG right now. Yesterday I had them ranked a bit lower, but now I'm like, they're going up the list for me.
Yeah, they've been looking really good recently.
Yeah, entertaining as well. I think they've been one of the biggest improvements over the year that we've seen from this region. And this is a region with, the likes of IG, who won a major. You've got LGD in there, who are one of the strongest teams. Aster have been absolutely destroying the region right now. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy that RNG are able to keep their heads above the water with all these great teams on the line. I mean, have RNG actually made it to LAN this year? I don't think they have they?
No.
Struggling to remember. I don't think so.
I think so. They might have been. Now you got to make me look. Okay.
Yeah, now you got to go check. Someone's had to do it. They started in lower divisions, says Mo. That's unfortunate. So, yeah, I don't think we've seen them at any LAN events, which is kind of unfortunate because obviously this team is very good. But recently they have been looking better than ever, and they definitely had a shaky season to start off with. That's for sure. And it's good to see them come through and improve, and now being actually one of the biggest contenders. It's a shame they won't be making it to TI anymore, but still a really good team to watch. But yeah, I was just going to say, like, it's not just Red Panda who can play these interesting different heroes. One of Felix's biggest played heroes throughout the entire patch has been Visage. He's played a bunch of Visage games on the POS 4, so that's something interesting we can look out for as well.
Yep, someone who's studied AUI, I see. But I do not like Visage position 4. It just doesn't have the power that all the other 4s have right now. I mean, it does have a lot of burst damage, but even the stuns, you got to get the birds in there, and it's not really very reliable. I think position 4s in general right now, they need to do a few things. Either they need to be able to have incredibly strong team fighting with strong lane presence, or they need to be able to do high burst damage, or have some kind of like a save at least. So Visage has like burst damage, I guess, but that's pretty much it. Nothing else really. Doesn't really win lanes either.
Yeah, I mean, Visage has always had his place in metas where tri-lanes are heavily favored because he's probably the best tri-lane support that you could ask for, or in metas where, well, the one that recently died out, the push meta with the Necrobooks and things like that. So I would say that he's fallen out of favor, and it doesn't really sound like a good pick. It would be interesting, though, to see a Visage, because we haven't seen it yet. But I really hope that they don't do it, to be honest.
I have a question for both of you guys.
Okay.
If tomorrow was the finals,
Okay.
who do you see in the finals right now, and who do you think is gonna win?
IG Elephants.
IG Elephant. I think RNG Elephant.
Whoa. Hot takes
I
from
can see
Nomad.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, if
I think RN.
I'd believe you if RNG beat IG right now. But it is a best of one, but I'd believe you. I would have more confidence in that. But right now, though, I think I'm going to have to go with Mira here. I think Elephant and IG, they look the best. But that being said, Group B, there's a chance that it might have just been harder for some reasons.
It's a tough looking group.
Yeah, I don't really have much confidence in Aster at the moment.
Alrighty, well, let's bring it over to the draft for the second tiebreaker of the morning, and this one is going to be RNG versus IG battling out in this best of one, and we're going to start things off with the next Aster pick.
A little bit different, right, compared to the other games that IG picked, but I think they're just like kind of adapting to the team that they're playing against, and like you can see at the top band, what is that first band over there?
Faceless Void. You'll love to see it. It's striking hearts, striking fear into the hearts of their enemies. It's definitely something that you have to take into account when you play against RNG now, which is very interesting. But by banning the Faceless Void, you do open up for a pick like TA. Bueno D-Stones loves his TA. Master TA, he plays it so well. They're so comfortable playing with it.
Ooh, Dark's here too. So they're gonna go for the Ion Shell hero here that can remove the refractions quite easily. Good pairing with the Nyx Assassin too.
Very good pairing.
RNG, they just picked up the TA because they know they're confident with this hero. Lena's ban, Storm ban. This is what I was thinking. If you pick Dark's here like this, that means 3 of Emo's heroes are gonna be gone. That being said, IG, you better pick Emo's hero in the second phase, or else you're not going to get something that you want for him. Because look, Storm's gone, Lena's gone. These were perfect against. These two are probably the best against TA. They might ban Ember Spirit as well here. Because he will lose the lane against TA, but there's always that potential with the Ion Shell, right? To just be able to take over the game, which I would love to see. So, well, I'm very interested to hear your opinion, Mira, on like what do you think Emo should play if those 3 are gone?
You know, you mentioned Ember Spirit having a hard time in lane versus TA, but I don't think that's the case. I do think it's a TA favored lane, but Ember can do quite well. And if you pair him up with the Ion Shell, he suddenly becomes one of the scariest heroes on the map. The second Darkseer gets his Ags timing, it's ridiculous how fast he can play when he's paired up with DS. So I actually really would like to see that they ban they banned it out.
That's why I asked you if those 3 are banned, what you're gonna pick. That's the hard part.
I suppose there's still a Puck left. It's not a great lane versus TA, but it still is an Emo hero.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not really sure what else they could go for here. I do think they'll just take a Puck.
You think they might just go with the Void anyway? That's a hard matchup too. But if you can just get like out of the lane 40, 60 and start playing with Darkseer, I can see very similar things, working out for them.
Yeah, it's not the ideal spirit hero, but
oh, Lesh, it could be good. You're onto something here, Nomad.
Thing is, when I think of Darkseer, I think of 2 heroes that Darkseer wants to provide Iron Shell for, right? And typically you do want to give it to your mid hero, so I don't think Leshrac is necessarily the best hero to buff up.
Hold on. Have you never seen the 5-man vacuum into Split Earth?
That sounds
Nova?
pretty pog. That does sound pretty pog.
Yeah, I was doing that in Mouse Sports back in 2012. That was our combo. Yes. I don't know if you've watched that before, but Sing Sing was playing Leshrac. I was the Darkseer, and we hit so many of those combos. It was so fun to play.
Yes, back when the dinosaurs roamed the earth.
Oh, okay.
Here it is.
Yeah, back when you were still in your mummy's womb.
True.
They're still hitting each other with clubs.
So they do end up going for the wombo combo that Theban himself has perfected back when the dinosaurs roamed the
That's
earth.
what they're saying on IG's comms right now. They're going, oh, why don't we go for the Sing Sing Theban Darkseer Leshrac combo, guys? Like, oh yeah, I remember that from 1920s.
No, but anyway, to be realistic, Theban actually has a really wonderful point here. Like, the combo potential with Lush Darkseer is ridiculous. Also, Disruptor, the vacuum into Static Storm. There's lots of combo potential here, actually. Also, the vacuum into Nyx Impale. We might see a lot of really cool plays this game. And to talk about RNG's heroes, they do have the Brewmaster, which is a Red Panda specialty hero. There is a really good Cyclone target in either Darkseer or Leshrac here, so he can be very valuable in team fights. Doom is a hero that we've seen quite often, but as we've said before, Leshrac is not the best Doom target. He really doesn't care about getting doomed. Like, obviously, no hero wants to get doomed, but if he has his Pulse Nova off and he gets doomed, he can still stay in the team fight, still do damage. Doom can't be in close range of
the
him.
best Doom target is not going to be Leshrac. When you pick Doom in
Darkseer.
this situation, it's exactly
Darkseer, yeah.
always you're gonna have to Doom Darkseer. He might have like a pipe, a blink, a mech, whatever it may be. He's gonna have some kind of team utility. You want to Doom him, and you don't want him to surge the Doom target. So you always have to find him, regardless of what IG's lineup is. Get that team fighter out of the way. Get the utility out of the way, or else you just there's always that fear of surging away. And you forgot to mention one more thing, Mira, is that Nomad was right, and there was a Leshrac pick, and we were all wrong. So another point for Nomad.
RNG's.
Thank you, but I
Nomad's
put it down.
brain is so big. Does that surprise you? Nomad's been impressing me every day.
I'm suspicious. No one says nice things to me.
It's just
What
the
are you
truth.
playing at?
It's just the truth.
I got
Yeah,
my
some-
eye on you, man.
Somewhere out there, Mo is, I can hear his tears. No one ever says anything nice about him, and you're out here praising Nomad.
I think Mo is a wonderful human being.
All right, she's onto
Anyway.
something. No one says that in earnest.
Anyway, interestingly enough, Sand King and Tide were banned out by IG, so they're assuming that this is a Doom carry, which we might actually just be seeing again.
Yeah, it will be the Doom carry. This is what they've been running, right, with the Templar
Right.
Assassin. I think this is like the fourth game they're running the Doom TA combo itself.
Ooh.
And IG picking up this TB, that's a very strong counter to TA. I think it's really good. There's people who believe Doom counters TB, but I feel like it really depends on who has the superior vision, to be honest, in the fights. And with the kind of lineup IG has, you can't really Doom the TB because you're gonna
You have to
be
do
running
Darkseer.
exactly. You gotta Doom the
Later,
Darkseer. So
yeah.
this TB is free to just meta Scotty, attack the Doom. He can't move. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how RNG really salvaged this not really salvaged the draft, but how they're gonna round out this draft. But IG's draft looks beautiful right now.
Yeah, so at later stages of the game, when Doom gets his refresher, he can start dooming 2 cores. But Doom's biggest weakness in the mid game is and always has been these like dual core lineups or these 2 high priority target Dooms, because you can really only cast one and then you have to just deal with the other. Like if Darkseer doesn't show and Terrorblade is just whacking his team, he can't Doom the Terrorblade or he gets surged away. He always has to focus on this Darkseer Doom.
Mars though, this pick I dig it. So this is actually what people don't really talk about. The counter to TB is because of the Bulwark. Okay, this Bulwark ability absorbs his hits and wastes his meta. Like you take reduced damage, and your teammates aren't going to get hit either. It's actually incredibly good. I've been seeing a lot of this against the Terrorblade, especially in the China region. So I kind of like the pick. That being said, though, I'm not so sure if it's enough for them to have like the edge out in team fights. If Darkseer has a poor early game, I can totally see RNG like dominating the early mid and maybe just snowballing off of that, getting some Roshans. But right now, I still gotta go with IG.
So the thing about Darkseer's early game is that he's playing against 2 melee heroes, which he loves, and he's paired up with an Nyx Assassin, so I don't think his lanes should be too difficult.
He is
And
against Devour though, so
That's
can
true.
kill
but
the creep.
That's true, but that's just one creep. You know, it'll get to a point where that doesn't matter too much. Like I don't think his lane will be that hard. I don't think Darkseer is going to be playing from behind. That being said, I do have like a lot of faith in Red Panda's Brewmaster. I think I've just become a huge fan of this player, but his 5 brew is always a treat to watch. And I can see them pulling an upset with this draft even.
Yeah, I mean, when TP wants to get into a fight, right? He wants to jump in, pop that big Metamorphosis, and get out a bunch of damage. The Tornado couldn't really mess him up, as can the Dispel as well. So maybe it's going to be a really high impact Brew Pods 5 game. I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen enough of it to know the interactions that well, but I'm certainly excited to find out. And we shall do that with our 2 commentators. We've got B Cop, whose name is, of course, a combination of Ben and Coppola name. We've got Mo Farah, who's named after a famous runner, which is ironic, because when you hear him casting, people tend to run the other way. Take it away, boys.
Your life, much like your
Woo.
lacked a point.
Man, Mo, 2 games in a row, just getting burnt. And G-Stones, he's going to go down. First blood, looking likely. There it is. Although that feels like second blood with the burn that you just got hit with by Nomad.
It's the highest form of affection, B-Cop, honestly. I don't mind. It's okay. It just shows he cares, you know?
That sounds like copium. To me, at least.
Oh. TA die. DY never help him. What I love is that JT speaking in English so we can see as well.
What is going on? There's a lot of all chat for
JT
for a Chinese Dota game.
DY's not even on this team.
No.
What is this meme? Where's it come from?
They were also
Why is
talking about
TB
what, SMG Felix? Like he's on RNG. Why is he talking about him being on SMG?
First item. Like, what's happening?
I think did we overanalyze this game?
I think we might have done.
Is this just gonna go off the rails real quick? Oh man, TB doesn't have it queued up anymore.
No.
Never mind. Yeah, now serious time. Oh god.
He's dead.
Oh, he's very dead.
Wow. I mean, this top lane was already going to be really strong, and now all of a sudden, there's
God
just
King might
two
be
iron
dead
shells
too.
running at you.
Yeah. This is not fun. Ring around the rosy. JT dealing with tower shots. That's not fun.
Wow. I mean, what an explosive start to the game already. I mean, I was going to say, we have had old chat before in some of these OGA China games, but normally we don't understand what they're saying. But the fact that it was in English, that's very kind of them.
Give us the insight. Let us know what's going on. I think IG are rolling. I think they're on fire right now. They're ready to go. They're ready to play some real Dota. Days 1 through 3. Not serious. Now very serious. Flyby. He's gonna die here. And it looks like Red Panda might die again. JT sticking with him. Kaka falls, but there's the vacuum back, and JT gets one in return. And he gets the solo experience for that, so he's happy.
This laning stage is going so well for IG at the moment. I like to see RNG sticking to their guns though and doing this thing that we've been seeing from them this whole tournament, where Deasons gets to play this like carry mid hero, God Team plays this like
Doom.
Relatively greedy hero still in the Doom, but you know,
I want to see him play
like
something else.
carry.
Middle tower is under attack.
He's been playing a lot of one Doom. Like, give me something more Sanjinyasha disassemble into Manta Halberd like he used to. Give me something crazy like that.
Right, this is where the lane gets really difficult now for the Dire because they have level 2 Iron Shell as well.
Oh boy.
It really kicks up. Level 5 as well as another power point in the lane, but I think level 3 in particular is where it's going to get difficult.
Cinderbrew, always nice. Well, that Impale misses. Now the Thunderclap. Kaka taking a lot of damage. He is in trouble. Spike Carapace hits both. Vacuum back. God King not going to be able to catch up to Kaka. JT not a lot of mana to work with, but he does have a bottle. We're not seeing this bottle all too often, but I think the few times we've seen it again in these off lanes has been on the Darks here, and actually the Mars has one queued up too, so potentially falling back into old tendencies that we saw in the GPC, where every offlaner was picking up
Brew
bottle.
top. Oh, he's all right.
Never in doubt. That courier, though. All right. Just walking through under tower.
He's just...
Nothing to see here.
Radiant
Impale lands and Red Panda in trouble once again. Iron Shell, right clicks coming through. Cinder Brew, Kaka dies. And again, it's Kaka dying first.
That's another
Tactical
courier.
feeding. Oh, and he's going to search for it. All right.
Courier's like, boss, do you really want to send me in under this tier 1 tower here? Dax is like, yes. Off you go.
I need my boots. So, yes.
And Nyx can refill the bottle here from JT.
That's going to be great. Refills that bottle. And JT got soul experience again because Kaka fed his life away just before JT got his kill.
Which feels amazing for JT as well. He's almost got arcanes. He's like 150 gold away. 100 gold away. Yeah, he's doing great.
That being said, Kaka is still... He's level 3. He's getting a decent chunk of experience. Compare that to the Hoodwink that's only level 2.
are fortified.
I don't like this. Things are quieting down.
Yeah. Quiet before the storm beak up it happens. He's taking a point in Infernal Blade early on as well. So, Lesh started really well in this lane, but obviously as the TA gets levels, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Level 6 now, so the traps come online. I mean, does Nyx have a sentry ward that he can come and place mid? Because they need to be able to control this vision.
He does. Wait. All right, he got a ward pet. Okay, he's got Ollie's ward. It was interesting because he had 2 different stacks of obs.
Right, okay. And there's a nice big camp stack going to the TA.
The Cinder Brew Inferno Blade combo is a lot of damage. Oh my gosh. JT just went from like full to...
Oh, mid lane there.
All right, sure. Emo getting a kill there onto Felix. And they're going to go again onto Flyby. He's looking very dead, especially with this glimpse back. God's Rebuke right clicks into the trees, trying to hide, trying to find an escape. Eventually, he'll get caught here by Fly. Ooh, Arcane Rune. And they've got the stuns stacking on Red Panda. Thunderclap, 3 heroes here. Bushwhack lands. Pulse Nova's not going to be enough. Emo still dies after the double stun on Red Panda. I think Kaka's dead too. Body blocks.
He has the urn on the brew. So this is just like 3 urn chances for him. He gets 1 kill, turns into a second, heals up Felix, scurries away.
Dire's top tower is under
12 kills, 6 minutes in. This is great.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, that's
tower
going really well.
is under attack.
Fun game.
Big fan.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Because the support...
Emo?
That's a great TD, but he is level 6.
Yeah. They're going to go for Felix. They're going to try and get this kill. He doesn't have enough mana, though, for the glimpse.
Oh, no.
He used the Thunder Strike and the Kinetic Field and was unable to glimpse this Hoodwink back and just scurries away.
This TV's off to a really good start, though, as well. Oh, I say, okay, well,
they've
sorry.
got the arena and Fly. Won't be able to
I
get
didn't
that
mean it.
Sunder off. You
I
did,
didn't
though.
mean it.
No, you did. It's all right.
Ooh. Can't get the Carapace off on the Scorched Earth, unfortunately.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
This Doom Hero farms so quickly. I mean, people talk about Devourer, but the fact that Scorched Earth does so much damage. You know, you pop Devourer, you get Scorched Earth, you get a whole wave.
Radiant's bottom tower
Ooh.
is under attack.
He's already got this
Fortunate.
Midas, too.
He doesn't have it yet, does he?
Yeah, he does.
Ah.
Radiant's
Oh,
bottom
dear.
tower is under attack.
He had another recipe queued.
I think you assume that's BOTs then. I assume, yeah, I when he had the recipe queued up, I just assumed it was the Midas one, but... He seems to be liking this Midas BOTs.
Well, right now he's going BKB. No BOTs. Let's see if that's how he keeps it.
Oh, he's changed it. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is
What's
under
Emo
attack.
doing? Going for a Yules after picking up this Soul Ring once again.
Oh, Kaka. Whew.
Needs to be very careful.
I've seen different people take different amounts in side blades on Lesh before.
Dire's middle tower
Sometimes they
is
get
under
2, sometimes they get 3.
All right,
okay.
wall down, and they might be able to get the kill on the God King. They've got the Bushwhack. They'll end up losing Emo. Can they get anything from this? Very ambitious. JT stops his TP, and that's to try and get a kill here on Red Panda. With the Impale landing, they'll at least get that trade. Emo just kind of ran in there and
Radiant's bottom tower is
got
under
doomed.
attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That was the
Moves
end of
back
that.
kinetic fields. D-Stones throwing down a trap right onto Fly. Taka waiting in the wing, but they know where he is. They've got a trap right on top of him. Spike Carapace Impale coming through. Bushwhack behind this. There's the arena. JT's nearby, but he doesn't have a wall to throw. To get the kill on Kaka, they're going to look at the rest. Ollie's dead, and now JT's just kind of standing still. They finally get the kill on the tier 1 tower. They look over at D-Stones to try and chase the TA. Should be D-Stones gone, and gets the refraction off. Spear pushes him away, and D-Stones will survive off that.
He didn't quite have level 6 on the Disruptor. He was really close. If they'd have the level 6 there, they could just follow up with a Static Storm on top of the Impale. But just slightly lacking in XP really comes back to bite them.
Ooh. Kaka. Vendetta, Impale. The mana burns by Carapace, and JT will get the kill. As he's got
This
the Iron
combo's-
Shell on Nyx Assassin.
This combo's horrible to play against. Yeah. It's like level 6 Vendetta, Mark. They run around, they find so many kills on the map together.
Radiant's bottom
If you're not,
tower
you know,
is under
prepared with
attack.
sentries,
Radiant's bottom tower has
you
fallen.
need to think about where they are.
Emo's got a double damage going for a little bit longer. They'll bring the Hoodwink
Let's go.
towards top, or actually the Brewmaster towards top.
But
Yeah,
we've seen
Hoodwink.
Soul Ring on Lena, Storm, and Lesh now.
Yep. Primal Split, Sharpshooter, Emo getting run down again. And behind them will be D-Stones. Impale misses. Spike Carapace gets the stun. JT. Oh boy. Kaka dies. Down goes Ollie. 3 heroes down. I'm pretty sure he hit JT and the Sideblade killed off Kaka.
Yeah, that was... I love when that happens. You know, it's obviously by accident, but, you know, just good value. Comedy value.
Comedy
SH
value is best
stacking is-
value.
That's true. I've heard you've been working on your jokes after yesterday.
Yeah. I've got a new joke for you guys. I'm not going to say it now. We'll have to wait till there needs to be a remake.
Okay. Oh no,
Oh,
they
gosh.
see him. They see him.
Kaka trying to run. And Ravage.
Oh, Ravage.
Still dead.
Flyby's like, thank God you hit them all with that stun. I really needed that kill.
Nah. Appreciate you letting me get the kill and not any of the 3 other heroes.
Oh.
Felix. Oh gosh.
I mean, Emo couldn't have played that any better as well. It's the thing, because the Hoodwink's already playing on the side of the lane, right?
Yeah. IG are really playing across the river and aggressive in where they're farming. Like, Emo's been here a lot in the last 5 minutes or so. Just constantly farming the other side of the river, and he's paid for it a couple times with his life. Not like he's just safe here. Smoke used by RNG.
Yeah, they've got the brew split up again, so... And let's see what they go for. Oh, you can see Felix there was like, oh my god! My TV
Dire
just
are
panics.
scanning.
Slowly calms down, remembers his smoke hasn't popped. And they see the TV.
Oh, this time it does, though. Oh, great job by Fly. Using that quelling blade. This might be the difference maker on him surviving as the Sunder off on a flyby. Now he's doomed up, too. They really want to kill this TV. It's looking likely that they'll finally get this. Static Storm was dropped, but it doesn't do anything. With D-Stones going after the Shrek now without the TV, this might be a little bit of trouble, but JT gets the kill on a flyby. Primal Split used. Red Panda better form. Emo turning, looking for this kill on the brew. Lands the stun just on the edge. Kaka's got an impale ready in just a second. Won't even need to use it. Instead, he'll just use his body to block him. And JT's got a double kill.
You have to remember that was really well played though by the TB at the start to have the quelling blade ready to cut down the acorn shot tree.
Yeah.
Otherwise that fight would have been completely different, right? Because they would have been able to use the Doom on a different target. But the Sunder forces out the Doom usage. They managed to get 2 in return, so not too bad for IG. But losing the TB, obviously a big blow to them. And we've seen this, though, so many times this tournament.
Glimpse back, kinetic field, impale, all landing on a Felix. God King's coming over, though. Bushwhack, Emo putting himself in a compromising position once again, but they've got the vacuum wall on it, too. They get the kill to Felix. Emo trying to turn this around, getting the stun out on a God King. And now, do they have the damage? God King's just going to turn around with a Scorched Earth and burn out Emo. They get the kill on a D-Stone, so they finally take out this TA. And it's a 2-for-1 again for IG, but it's right by the pit with Metamorphosis going for Fly.
Yeah, I love this play by IG as well. You want to try and take the Roche away from the TA lineup if possible. I'm not necessarily sure they'll be able to finish it off here, but they're giving it a go. Wards down, flight, yeah.
There's the arena. Static Storm, though, comes in. 3-man Bushwhack. Leaves the arena. Red Panda comes over to the side. Doesn't have Primal Split for 26 seconds, and they've got themselves the Sharpshooter that lands onto the Disruptor. Felix is going to come around the back. They'll get the kill on Ollie, but now, well, Felix is gone. It's another 2-for-1.
The TA's back up again now, though. Oh, she's TPing mid-tier 2. They're going to give it up. Wow, and then Lesh I assume Lesh is going to take the Aegis here, right? Oh, no, okay.
A tithe to the impurities.
Wow.
Not the best Aegis carrier, but Fly will hold it.
That's really surprising. Okay.
That was like 3 consecutive 2-for-1s by IG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and I think JT on the Darkseer especially is playing really well this game. Obviously, it's a very good Darkseer game, but even so. Oh, great D-ward by Ollie straight away.
Glimpse kinetic field, and there's the Impale. Fly coming around. He'll get that kill. So I have a question. We've been seeing a lot of Darkseer, and Darkseer has been going Ags, and soon after into the Shard. Like, it's been early Shards from Darkseers. Normal Punch isn't exactly thought of as this amazing Shard, but what's causing the like hiccups to happen more frequently?
I think having a stun on that hero is really valuable. I think it's up to, is it like 2.5 seconds? I think it said. I didn't see, but yeah, it's obviously really good against a lot of the illusion carries at the moment as well. I mean, the illusion part isn't great this game, but the stun is really good.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
D-Stones? What?
Did he just get glimpsed away?
Yeah, he held that TP the entire time.
The Nyx is following the TA at the moment as well. Nice. Doesn't want to run up to the high ground.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And there's Vessel on the brew as well, which could be a big deal. Grove bow T8. There you go.
Every time.
Every game.
It's literally every time.
Maybe it's just because we're noticing Grove bow every time. Over on the
Ooh,
right.
Spear doesn't hit Kaka, and now they've got the Bushwhack with the Acorn Shot, but the Static Storm is there, so they have to evacuate the arena. Still, though, Red Panda over to the side. They're going to try and keep Kaka alive. The Side Blades on the creeps, hitting over on a Kaka. They've got the Primal Split, but JT's over. They cannot save this Nyx Assassin. That Bushwhack did not hit a tree.
I don't think they could go further here either.
New blink on JT. He's able to just blink himself to safety.
I hate that Cyclone. It's so dumb. Ollie tries to drop a ward there to get the glimpse, but Flyby just about sneaks away.
Nyx Assassin going Tranquil's Blink Axe. Nyx has a lot of farm.
Yeah, I think when you play Fornix, especially, being able to get that Axe is so strong, though, right? Basically turns you into this, turns you into like a scouting, like vision, a really strong stun, good utility hero, into like an actual team fighter.
Good for high ground defense as well. Or even really high ground sieging.
Yeah, both, but also like you just burrow in the middle of a fight and you're like some little turret. It's horrible to play against. But it just means you're like, you have this really big downtime where you don't have any item progression because all the individual components of the Ags don't do anything really, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you tend to go for these smaller items like the fluffy hats and the wands and things first. And he's gone Blink first this game as well, which is obviously
Blink,
very nice.
Arena Spear on the Emo, and the question comes up again, why is he not holding the Aegis?
Easy tower though. They know they're there.
They've got the Impale, no mana left on this Mars, vacuum back into the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field. That's well done, but they get the Doom out on the TB. Can they kill all Fly? He's going to try and output a lot of right-click damage here with the BKB and Papa God King. They got the kill on Ollie, so it ends up being a 2-4 so far. Well, just one. Flyby didn't have a lot of life left, but they've got the wall down, and Flyby is going to try and run. I don't know if you want to keep running the direction of that Mars, but they'll go after Red Panda. They've got the Sunder. They'll get the kill on a Red Panda, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, that's the thing. They do that's what I was saying. They do the TB on RNG, which is great. And yeah, he has the Aegis, but I don't know why they doom the TB. Just doom somebody else. Now he just lives.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
They're still here in the triangle. Essentially looking to make something happen is they'll go after D-Stones. They've got the Impale to follow up the Vacuum, but a 3-man Bushwhack once again. They've got the Iron Shell doing a lot of damage to D-Stones. The right click's coming through with BKB pop by Fly. Sharpshooter comes in, hits onto the Nyx Assassin. They get the kill there on a D-Stones. Goes up into the air, followed up with a stun. Red Panda can't get the split off. He'll end up dead. They've got the glimpse back on a Flyby, and they're going to continue to chase this Mars. He gets the arena down. God King going after Emo, trying to get the kill onto the Shack, but he loses his life first. They finally get the kill on Emo, but Flyby in a lot of trouble. The God's Rebuke hits on a Flyby as well as Kaka. It's not going to matter, though. They'll chase down this Mars and get themselves a 4th.
Wow. What
awful, JT.
Awful last few minutes for RNG.
JT.
Oh.
Kaka hits that stun, and they probably have this kill. I don't want to say it's over just yet, but Felix, trying to land a Bushwhack, can't do so.
Felix dropping items in front of him. The classic. Yeah, what an awful few minutes for RNG though. They were doing so well this game, but they take two like really awful fights. They constantly just getting like picked off with these +1s from the catch from the Nyx and the Darkseer. And even the glimpse and everything as well from the Disruptor, but wow. Yeah, not looking great for them now. I mean, D-Stones has fallen behind the TB's net worth. Obviously, Doom's this really hyper-farmed hero, but you expect him to be further ahead by this point, right? With the Devour and the Midas.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't have it.
Shard on JT, by the way. Coming with the vacuum wall.
Oh my
And
god.
a 3-man impale in the static storm. They'll get the kill on the God King. They'll look over at Felix. They'll take it a second. They've got the arena down from Flyby and letting the spear out on Ollie, but it's not looking like enough. BKB's been popped by D-Stones. They get the kill on Ollie as well as JT. They take the Dark Seer. They've got the Cyclone and the Fly. He's on the run. Buyback used by Felix as well as Ollie. They look over at Red Panda. The impale is not going to be enough. And the Meld Strike into the Spike Carapace. That'll lock up D-Stones for a second. And actually, Nyx Assassin will survive. Red Panda eventually falling.
I mean, God King's just dead again, though. That's the real worrying thing from that. This Doom just really not finding his way into these fights. Great initial combo, though. I love this Dark Seer Disruptor combo. It's
quite
such
fun.
a joy to watch. Do you remember the old VP? When they would like play, they would get all those crazy combos. They would have like Slardar as well. They'd do like Dark Seer Slardar Disruptor.
Are you talking about like the DK Phobos time?
No, like with Lil and like Solo and stuff.
Okay.
Pasha on the 3.
Right. I'm also thinking about like VP Polar.
Oh my goodness. That net worth
top
change.
tower is under attack.
Remember the days of VP Polar? That was fun to watch. Illidan, G, DK Phobos, Lil, and FNG. Oh, a courier.
I think that's his BKB. Oh, it's his Echo Saber. Okay. Oh,
God
force
King.
his BKB.
Top of the BKB. Thinking about throwing a Doom out. Raised his hands a couple times.
So throw my hands up.
Playing my song. Butterflies go away.
Do you think that's what Doom sings while he casts his ult?
Throw in a Doom like yeah. Throw in a Doom like yeah. Cringe. Yeah, I know, Chad. I know.
Caster,
I know. Relax. You have to embrace being like this. You turn into it.
You know?
Yeah, can't change it.
Alright, so they're going to take off this outpost here. Obviously, second row spawning relatively soon. The minimum time has hit. There's only a little bit left of the added extra time.
Only 30 seconds left. BKB picked up here by Emo. Fresh 9-second BKB. I hate saying that. I want to go back to saying fresh 10-second BKB. Mars gets one as well.
Dire are scanning.
Ooh, good
Mars.
impale. And they're going to line it up with the stun. They're going to go in with God King as well as Flyby. They use the Doom that's getting under the
That's the
TV, but
surge.
they're surging him away. They also have the Lotus Orb on him to protect him. With the BKB pop by Emo, he's just going to run out of the arena. They go after Kaka. They've got the damage to get the kill on the Nyx Assassin. JT comes in, vacuum wall, and the stun from Emo to lock down God King. Cyclone, though, keeps Ollie in the air. They've got the Thunder on to Felix. That'll send him packing. Blooms back into the kinetic field, and while he's trying to go packing, he's sent back into death. 70 seconds without that hoodwink.
They want Red Panda, but they don't know where he is.
Radiant's middle
Oh,
tower is
close,
under attack.
close. Then this is a problem. They were saying on the panel that, yeah, in theory, this Doom's really good against the TB. He did get Meta off before he got Doomed, though, which is huge. But yeah, he just gets surged away afterwards. I think you have to Doom the Darks here. And I know your lineup isn't great against TB, but just send him up in the air with the Brew Panda if you need to. If this Darks is allowed to do what he wants to do in fights, then they're incredibly difficult.
Who's getting this shard now? Probably Leshrac, right? Actually, the Thunderstrike on Disruptor is pretty good, too.
No, I think you either give it to the Lesh or you give it to the TB. There's the stun.
BKB from Flyby. Leshrac did take the shard.
I mean, the Lesh Shard is so good. No, I was making jokes about it yesterday, about... I used to really hate this Lesh Shard, like, with a passion before they changed it. It felt so awful. And then they added one more extra, like, tick to it.
And it's S tier.
Middle tower
And it's Aster, yeah. Oh, what a blink.
Elusive Kaka.
He's just away. Oh my goodness. They commit so much time and like resources to that as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structure.
Oh, I get the glyph. Oh. Does he have Philosopher's Stone on the Nyx? Is that why he didn't kill the courier?
Emo popping the BKB going into the stun out onto the Mars. They're going to focus their attention on a flyby while the BKB's been popped by God King. They throw the Doom out onto the Darkseer. That's who the panel was saying was the proper target. And they'll get the kill into JT. So he's dead for 73 seconds with the BKB being popped by G-Stones. They get the kill into Ollie. It's going to be 2 dead on the side of IG, but they've already taken on the Mars. Emo without his BKB now. That was used to get the kill out on a flyby. I'm not sure if RNG want to look for more. They might lose Red Panda. A good bushwhack from a distance. I don't think that's saving Red Panda, though. They'll continue to chase this brew and get the kill.
Now, how much better is that fight for RNG when they do... Was that his whole axe?
That was 2 parts of it. Yeah, fine hoodwink, though. And they will get the kill onto Felix.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Did
That was the remaining parts. Yeah.
It was, yeah. That feels awful. And they just back off. What? He's going Daedalus on Doom. Hell yeah. God King with the crazy builds. Why not? You get the cleave talent. The big crits.
Psychic headbands. Scotty finished for the TV.
Sneak attack? What for?
$6K lead for IG. Oh, normal punch. Gonna go for this kill on a flyby, and they will finish him off.
Eyes are just hunting.
Yeah, they're not stopping. Want to go for this tier 3 normal punch, vacuum back. T-Stone's in trouble here with the impale to follow it up. They got the damage to finish him. Oh my god, the control!
Holy moly, that was awesome. And this is what we were saying about the normal punch play, right? The stun is so valuable. It sets up for so many different things, especially when you go for the blink on Darkseer, which was a good item on that hero anyway.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
BKB immediately the Doom onto the TV. They'll follow that up with the Inferno Blade. Goes up, and that's putting Felix into the air. They're trying to chase this TV, and they won't be able to do so. They get the kill into Felix, and he's going to buy back immediately. Still no D-Stones for 60 seconds. Static Storm placed down onto the Doom. God King in trouble. Normal punch. And then we'll get that kill on a God King, taking out the Doom. The spear finally lands, though. It's only the Aegis on Emo. Kaka, the stun landing on a Red Panda, who's without the Primal Split. They go after Flyby, who's going to bulwark his way back towards the tier 4 towers, but they got the kill on a Red Panda, and they're going to look over at Felix once again, taking out this Hoodwink normal punch once more. Flyby on the run, but you can't get away from this Darkseer, and they'll call GG. IG go back to back, and they will defeat RNG and take this top slot.
What a performance as well, and if you compare this series to their first series against RNG in the group stage, it's like night and day, honestly. I don't know, RNG feel like they get caught off a lot by this like Nyx Darkseer combo, right? They kept coming their way, but I think the constant dooms on the TB just... there's so many times this game where the TB just got surged away while he was doomed, and it's great that he's like out of the fight for a little while, right? But
right.
I don't know. Maybe not the right way to go about it.
Yeah, IG positioned themselves real well, and they played aggressive almost the entire time, continuing to just jump down the throats of RNG, and they end up winning this game with pretty much ease. Good decision-making, good map movement, and good aggression coming out from IG. They defeat RNG, take the top slot, and we'll be going now to the playoffs. Talk about playoffs. back with that after the break. So stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Stay right there. We'll see you in
under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You're stealing your eyes.
Nice spark.
Blaze here. Keen eye. Coming in.
Service to balance. To solitude I return.
Dire's bottom
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit, where we are now into the playoffs. That's right, it is now business time in this tournament as the 8 best teams in China, narrowed down to now 6, battle it out for their share of the prize pool of $150,000. That's a lot of money on the line, a lot of teams that want a minute, and it's the last tournament off the patch most likely, so a lot of pride at stake, and with the run up to TI, it couldn't be more important. And this is how the groups ended up looking. You might see some surprises here. Might surprise you to see Elephant back in form. They're 3-0 so far in the group stage, looking good for them. And the big tie in Group A now actually ends up with IG taking the victory, taking that top spot, which means our first series of the day is going to be Team Aster versus Vici Gaming. And to join me on the panel to talk through this game, we've got 1437 and we have Effie. Guys, we're through the tiebreakers. We're finally through to the playoffs. Yay. I just want to ask you a very broad question to start things off. Was there anything different about the group stages than what you expected coming into this? Starting with you, Theban.
Elephant, that's the obvious one. I'm actually very happy. I think it's great for Dota. It's great for China that these guys are in shape because they're like fan favorites. And I expected them to be here. And then IG, like I'm also happy that they're back in shape because these guys were amazing competitors at the first major. I was so worried about them. I felt like maybe they were just, like a one and done kind of team. But watching them play in this tournament, starting from day one till now and how much they've grown, it's so nice to watch. I think they're going to go really far into this event. And Pudge, that's another one too. Pudge, very.
Pudge was a good surprise. No, I'll agree with that. I'm really glad to see IG back in shape. The first day or two, they were looking a little bit shaky, but they've hit their stride and they're back in that top IG shape that we all love. And it seems like they're getting better every day too. They might actually get really scary throughout this tournament. And it was really nice to see Elephant do this well. I personally thought that PSG LGD would be top of their group, and I didn't think they would lose to Elephant, so that was a big surprise to me. But like Theban said, they are fan favorites. People want to see them succeed. People want to see them remind them of the past. So that's been a lot of fun. A couple of other surprises were just hero picks. We've seen Carry Pudge, we've seen Position 5 Slark, we've seen Clinxes, we've seen a lot of unusual heroes. So I would just like to say to all the fans who think China is a boring region, you can't be any more wrong. And I think this tournament's proved a lot of people.
I'll be honest with you guys. After the Dota 2 qualifiers for TI, I got a little bit depressed and I'm like, I want to just take a little bit of a break, wait for the new patch maybe, see what's going on. But watching these China games has really revitalized me. I feel so much better. It's just so nice to watch, and things are more predictable in this region, I want to say, because the teams are so much more consistent and they don't make that many mistakes when they play. That's what I've always enjoyed about China. And it's we don't look so dumb when we make a bad prediction, because it's very rare that we'll make a bad prediction watching China Dota, because they're going to do exactly what you expect.
True. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. We're looking at some stats here. We've got our top 4 most contested heroes of the tournament. It's Nyx Assassin, which I think is kind of to be expected. Templar Assassin, which is definitely expected. And then Timbersaw and DK, maybe not what I would have thought coming into it. Wyvern just missing out on that top 4 and the 90% positions. But yeah, those are our highest contested heroes of the tournament, which I would have guessed coming into it, that's for sure. Let's talk about the matchup we've got coming up then. It's a best of 3 series in the upper bracket between Aster and Vici Gaming. I think it's fair to say Aster, despite their amazing performance in I-League, they're not looking quite like the same team. We've already seen a best of 1 today from them, and it looked probably the worst they've looked in a long time, honestly.
I think that I was talking about this earlier, but I think White Album has had a bit of a rough time today and yesterday. It just doesn't seem like he was on the nose, really. So hopefully we can see a little bit of a shift, and seeing him back in top form. He does seem to be not playing how we expect him to. I don't want to call him out in specific, because a lot of it like Stevens mentioned before many times, comes down to the draft. They really did get outdrafted a few times versus IG, and that obviously as a consequence makes them look a lot weaker. But I would like to see him step up his game in this series. And if he does step up his game, I don't see why Aster can't just come back, make a comeback.
Okay, I'll tell you why they can't. All right, I'll add another point. Okay, because Aster don't play Lina. Okay, until they start playing Lina and banning Lina, they're gonna struggle. And
I mean, I'm sure he plays Lina.
No, he did. So what happened was he played one Lina against RNG a couple days ago. Right, that game against RNG, and they lost. And ever since then, they just don't have any respect for the hero. So I'm afraid, because I think this is like the best hero for any of the Chinese teams, and especially Ori. I feel like if BG get Lina, their chances to beat Aster goes up by like 10-20%. And
speaking of mid laners who have been feeling a bit off, has anyone else also been seeing that from Ori? His performances haven't been that strong this tournament.
Yeah,
he's also been quite off. I really would like to see these two in particular, White Album and Ori, just play the kind of Dota that we're used to seeing them play.
You guys want a cool stat?
What is it? Give it to us.
Sure.
Poyoyo has the greatest hero diversity in this tournament so far, having played a different hero every single game.
Wow.
Yep.
That's our new hero.
Indeed.
New opener. This is a really unusual opener.
Do you like that opener better than a Lion against Puck?
I very much prefer a Lion to a Shaman. I think if you're picking this hero just to deal with the Puck, Lion does a better job. But obviously picking the Shaman, it's already telling us that they have more of a different game plan going into this. When you think of Shadow Shaman, you think of the pushing potential that he provides to his team. So it looks like they're going to be looking to take these towers a little bit earlier than what they could do with a Lion. So we can already look to see more of a higher, faster paced draft coming out of Vici this game.
What would you rather have? One crappy little finger, or I can't remember, 8 Giga Snakes super
one
crappy stuff?
little finger. One crappy.
You'd rather have the crappy little finger? All right, you're boring.
The Lion is just a more value hero, but like I said, the Shaman does provide faster pace, provides a lot of tower damage. We can already see them playing for early towers this game, which is going to be nice to see.
Who's better in lane, Shaman or Lion?
In lane? Shaman. Yeah. I'd say. But it depends who you're laning against. If you're just playing for denies in a lane because you can't kill anyone, then you're going to want to play Shaman. Sure. But if you're playing to just go in and out, run through the jungle, stop pulls from happening, then you want to be Lion. You don't want to be Shaman.
I'll agree with that. Lion is much better at disruption in lane than a Shaman for sure.
Dire team ban.
So we haven't talked about the Tidehunter either. There's really not that much to say about Tidehunter. He's kind of like the anchor of a team. He provides that really big team fight. Thank you for picking up on that.
You're welcome.
Guys, stop. Okay, so he provides that team with that big team fight ult that they can rely on. He's dependable on lane. He's durable. He can tank a lot of these single target initiations, and he obviously pairs really well with a right clicker like Shaman because of the minus armor on Gush.
He can also buy
pipe, be a lot of damage,
which is very important in this game against the Puck. So they have that too. It just provides a solid team fight. What I'm worried about for the Tide. Yes.
Did I crack the case? Did they pick Shaman over Lion so he could right-click on the Gush and do more damage than Lion?
Yes. But Lion could do very similar damage. I think he's got faster attack base too, so that's also pretty good. But I don't think it's particularly for that situation, but maybe for the laning. It is going to be a better lane though, right? Like you want Shaman to sit behind the Tide and help him out.
They will get that tower far earlier.
Yeah, and the Luna is like incredibly good against Tidehunter in the laning stage. You got that aura, or throughout the game, to be honest, because the aura kind of offsets the Kraken Shell. And your team is going to do a significant amount of damage. Grimstroke now being picked up, as we've seen the counter to Luna in some ways by creating an illusion of her with the Ags. It's going to be a 5 Grim again. And do you think, Mira, that we're going to see an Ags before this game ends?
So, have we ever seen a 5 Grim finish his Ags?
There's only
That's
been
a
one
question.
5 Grim, right? Who was going for the Ags, I believe, so
I mean,
far.
that's
They didn't merge
definitely
it.
that's definitely an item that you want to see coming out of a Grimstroke versus Lena, but he can still provide a lot for his team even without it.
I think he's going to finish it this game.
I think, you know what? Yeah, he'll finish it.
Okay.
Why
cool.
not?
Decisive. Why not?
He'll get it. He'll get it. I believe in
Dire
him.
team pick.
I think they have. I don't think they're gonna get run over this game. I don't think he'll be playing. without
Where's
any
my
noise.
Lena? What is this hero? Why are we picking subpar mid
I
laners
think
when
you
Lena's in
are
the pool?
tunnel visioning on this Lena a little bit.
I think Theoden's got a bit of a
10
thing for Lena.
seconds
He's been very focused on
No,
her over the
no.
past few
Let's
days.
let's
I
let's
mean,
talk about the obvious. Why they pick Void Spirit
5
over Lena with their
seconds
lineup, right? They pick the Grimstroke. The Grimstroke needs to enable a hero on his team to make his Inkswell very valuable. It's not really going to be a tide because he's not going to have Uplink Dagger for a while. It's not going to be Shaman, obviously. And if it's a Lena, it's not going to be a Lena either. So they do just go for a Void Spirit just for the sake of pairing him up with Grimstroke and getting those early Inkswell kills. Which, sure, that's nice enough. Like, we've already talked about how they're going to play a higher tempo kind of game with the Shaman as opposed to the Lion.
Yeah. See,
So
okay.
this makes more sense. But
You
they
guys are-
do...
No, you're
Go on.
sorry to interrupt you. You can
No,
finish.
go on, go.
Okay,
no.
so yeah, Void Spirit, you're completely right. That's the thing. Like, they need someone, right, that can go in with the Inkswell, or else, like, if they don't pick it here, then now they're forced to pick a carry who needs to utilize the Inkswell. Timber being picked up now, I guess it's good damage against Tide, good offlaner, but this also gives VG the opportunity to counter that in the laning stage. What I want to say was, I have a stat for you, okay? All heroes with 9 picks or higher in this tournament, okay? Lena has the best win rate amongst them.
Excellent.
Okay, so I'm not just, loving Lena for nothing. All right, there's your stat for you.
You're right. No, there's a lot of value. She's such a valuable pick. You're right. It's just that they had like a different idea going into this game for sure. But like Theban said, now they can just kind of counter the Timber in the laning phase. So Aster are covering their bases, right? They ban out the Ursa, who typically does very well against the Timber song. They're probably gonna ban out. I wonder who they ban out next year, actually.
So
I mean-
we can pick Monkey, Slark. Those are like
Hear
typical
me
good
out.
heroes. Hearing you,
Gyro?
10 seconds.
Gyro.
remaining.
Not bad. I can see it working. How about you, Nomad? What's in the Nomad's dumpster diving today?
Yeah, I'm doing some heavy thinking here. Give me a Lycan game. That sounds dope.
Who in the right mind would ever pick Lycan against Timbersaw?
Let's never ask Nomad for a thing
Who?
again.
You asked for a dumpster pick, guys. What do you expect?
Well, I didn't ask you to go to the bottom of the dumpster. Like,
Oh, sorry.
just at the
Next
top
time-
is fine.
You need to specify these things. You say diving. I assume that means to the bottom. What kind of
But not
diving? are
all
you
the way
doing
to the
where You
bottom.
just skim the top.
So they banned Monkey
That's
King
true.
like Theban suggested. I'm sad we're not seeing more Gyros versus Timbers online. I would like to see it because it sounds kind of good to me
Dire
with
team
the Ravage added team fight effect can also just farm very fast and scale into the late game. I don't think we've seen that hero enough this tournament though to solicit.
But none of this
picking it
matters,
up.
though. None of it matters because Aster opened
Why?
up with Puck and Luna. Puck and Luna are Luna's most popular safe lane hero. Puck is the most popular
10
mid lane hero of the
seconds
tournament.
remaining.
And they both have the same win rate. 33.3%.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
Aster have already
Luna has
lost.
a 33% win rate.
In this tournament, yes. She's been figured
But
out.
I think a lot of her losses have actually been to Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, Medusa's the second most popular
Is that
carry
a-
hero,
is that a
actually, and that's
possibility here?
62.5%. So the win rates match up perfectly as it
do
happens.
you guys think we'll see a Medusa here?
It's banned, so I don't think we will see
Oh,
a Medusa.
okay,
I
never
don't think
mind.
so.
Never mind. I can't even see. Apparently, Nomad's suggestion has made me blind.
I should have bet you my house that we wouldn't see a Medusa here. And if you,
You
took
really
the
should have.
bet,
That
Could
would've
have been some
lost
easy
it.
money.
but I didn't want to take advantage of the situation.
My
My
favorite stat
boy.
of the tournament. My favorite stat of
My
the tournament. Last
hero.
one. Oh, there he is.
My guy Earth Spirit. Boom.
Sorry, what was
Do you
that?
guys
Emma?
want to
Howlin'.
know? Do you guys want to know what the third most popular carry hero of the tournament's been?
10 seconds remaining.
Is it
It's
Axe?
Pudge.
Oh my
It's
god.
Pudge.
5 seconds remaining.
What a dang tournament.
Wait, what about Axe though? Axe was also
He's-
picked
he's-
quite a lot.
Pudge and Axe are joint third. I didn't want to ruin my
Okay,
stat by
all
saying
right.
that.
You
They both have 4 picks.
that was definitely cherry picked there, Nomad.
Juggernaut.
Choose
I mean,
Didn't mention the Axe.
It was fine.
Okay, so Juggernaut is a hero that actually can do well versus Timbersaw, especially if you pair him up with Grimstroke. I really like this Borax or Spirit. We haven't seen this in a really long time.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
bad.
it's got some fun.
My only concern here is I think that Timber's still gonna have a very good game because with Borax or Spirit, he can kick the Timber away, right? If they decide to go on him. That's something. And Earth Spirit himself has like incredibly high HP. He's not gonna be afraid of dying to like the Inkswell combo. So yeah, I mean, I think Juggernaut's a good carry, but it's not going to be able to like deal with the Timber as obviously a Ursa or a Monkey would have done. So Aster did a good job at banning the right heroes.
They might actually be lacking some early to mid game damage on the side of Vici, which is quite concerning. To be honest, I can see this game going both ways for both teams, but Aster's draft seems a little bit more clear cut to me. But I don't want to write off Vici's draft completely. I just do see a little bit of damage issues in the early mid game.
I definitely like the amount of control they've got for this Void Spirit. I think this Void Spirit, Ori's had a rough tournament so far, and I think he's going to have an even rougher tournament this game because this is looking like, you've got both the Earth Spirit Silence and the Lion to help deal with this Void Spirit. It's looking like it might be a tough game for him. This Juggernaut's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. I think he can do it, but I'm not too sure. Yeah, I'll go with Aster for this one. What are we thinking, guys? Quickly.
I'm thinking Aster.
I'm going
Sorry,
VG.
go on.
I'm going VG.
Yeah,
I'm going to build
Spicy.
another streak right now.
Spicy.
go.
The confidence.
It's
I like the
very
spice,
spicy.
Stephen. Thank you very much. And thank you to my wonderful panelists. And let's head over to our wonderful casters as well. Speak up, Mo Farah. What you got to say about this one?
Not much. I don't have a lot to say, honestly. You guys really took the words right out of my mouth. I would have repeated everything that you guys said, obviously. I'm just so
Maybe-
entwined with the game and would have got the picks right just like you guys.
Maybe
Right, Mo?
Theben is building another streak, but it's just a losing streak this time.
That's what I thought.
He didn't specify, did he?
So, coming into this, take a look over at
Oh, no, I was
Vici
muted
and
in
Aster.
Discord.
Oh, he was
Oh, no.
muted. Left me hanging.
I said I said maybe Theben's building a losing streak instead of a winning streak this time.
Ooh, no, yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
The battle
I really am excited to see Borax on this Earth Spirit. That's the really most exciting thing to me. Blade Fury right on top of XXS, Timber Chain away, and Inkswell won't land on to anybody, and that puts Poyoyo in a very compromising position as he'll go down to XXS for first blood.
I split you and I killed you.
Oh dear, not good. So obviously, I agree with the panel that this lane with the Jug is kind of like normally you have this really great combo with the Grim, but they have Timber Chain, they have Kick Away from the Earth Spirit. I think it's going to be a really difficult lane for the Radiant side. But Vici have Shadow Shaman, so I think they're going to win. That's
I know you're all about that Shadow Shaman. James, CDEC James, who doesn't have a team right now, so if you guys are looking to make a team, James, he plays a lot of Shadow Shaman. He's very good. Pick him up.
I miss this hero. People just started picking Lion instead, and it's not as fun. Shaman's just way more exciting. Oh no, it's Lion versus Shaman.
The shaman looks like it's cosplaying Ember Spirit right now with this cosmetic.
I hate it so much. Why does it have a dagger?
Like, I feel like he's just gonna cast Sleight of Fist onto the line.
There you go. There's the problem with the Inkswell. I'm surprised he took it at level 1. I know it's for the first blood potential, but I think he kind of ruins their lane a little bit.
Morax eating some right clicks, mana getting drained up top from Lanham to PYW2.
Is under attack.
And this is really the hero that I was hoping Borax would play. After seeing his Phoenix performance, I wanted to see something more that he could use to roam around the map and have a presence felt, or even an omnipresence around the map.
Yeah, excited to see what he can do on the hero. Because Earth Spirit always fun to watch as well. One of those, I think it's one of those really high skill cap heroes, right? Where you're like, oh, this is awesome.
And it lets me do my favorite thing that I've been doing during this tournament. You remember at DAC?
I thought you were going to say run down mid faster with roll, but
No. You remember at DAC? Obika playing Earth Spirit and Tusk? It was that same year that OP played Tinker.
nice.
Oh, man. It always comes back to DAC.
This Luna's got off to a difficult start, but they have Gush available. Yeah, they do. Monet might be in trouble here. No, okay. He has another beam up before I thought he would. And now they're going to click Tide down as well. They're both level 3, so there's a lot of damage coming through here.
Yeah, they've got the Hex to follow this up as he hits level 3 and puts the skill point into it. And Old 11, he's like one shot from dead. Anchor Smash and the Hex. But with the Lucent Beam as well as the right click from Lanham, they'll get the kill. And here he is. Here's Borax. PYW just came back to this lane. He'll get a kill on a Monet, but not before, or not until he's close to dead and close enough where Borax can follow that up with Lanham and take him out.
So, the thing about that is not only do they get the kills, they get 3 kills overall. Yes, they lose the Luna, but the wave starts to push under the tower, so they lose some of the XP on Vici before either the Tide or the Shaman can come back to that lane. They lose like 4 creeps worth of XP, which is really bad. So they're going to be pretty far behind in that lane now in terms of those levels.
Four minutes in, 4-1 lead here for Aster. Inkswell, silence on the puck. That's gonna pop. Can DY get this? Oh, needs one more right click.
That would have been incredible.
I really thought he had it. DY putting on so much pressure.
I thought he had it as well.
For my coffers.
Right, what I don't like, B-Cup, is that the Shadow Shaman hasn't had a good start to the game. And I'm a little bit worried my my likability for this hero is going to be under threat.
Yeah. DY getting run down right now by Borax. Inkswell hits. He's got to roll in 2 seconds if he wants to try and play that game against this Grimstroke, but decides not to do so. Well, what were we seeing from Shadow Shaman all that time back? Because that was season 1 that you were seeing James play that Shadow Shaman. So think back, because that's probably close to a year ago now.
I think that was when Shackles was much stronger at those early stages of the game. I think it used to do like a ridiculous amount of damage as well, where they've nerfed it since. It used to do like 100 damage at level 1, I think. I can't remember, but...
Phase Boots picked up by the Jug. Yo, keeping up that hero diversity and going into this Jug. Give up that first blood. He's been CSing pretty well down here. Trying to do what he can, but now up towards top. They made the rotation. They're going to go in. They've got the Astral Step. And Ori looking to get a kill here on Alanum. He'll at least get that. And then Borax falls to hold 11. They've got the Inkswell looking for Monet. And they have corralled him into the corner. And they will find themselves a double on Ori and get 3 kills up in the top lane.
Yeah, what a rotation that is as well. Okay, Coil comes mid.
He snaps it, and
yes, one stick charge.
Oh, I don't know if he needed to snap that, but I don't think anybody was coming over anyway to help him. There were no rotations through. No TP on Ori.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So, good pick off for White Album though. You know, like, all he makes is rotation towards the top lane and finds all these, you know, amazing pickoffs and things, but White Album just has someone turn up to his lane instead, which is fantastic for him. So he gets to carry on farming and get a kill.
Aether Remnant into the Hex, and now PYW gonna help out and get a kill on a White Album, the hero or the player that has been kind of struggling for Aster the last few days. And yeah, it is a bit of revenge there.
I mean, that's one of the things the Shadow Shaman's best at, right, though? It's this quick lockdown against the puck, which was the opening pick. So it makes sense.
Now they've got the Shackle out on a Borax. Lanham, he's coming over, but Poyoyo's here. Inkswell on the Lanham with the Blade Fury. They're going to get the kill at least onto the Lion. White Album comes in. He's got the two-man Waning Rift with the Brutal Smash hitting out of both those heroes. DY, Phantom's Embrace. He's dead to the right click of White Album. DYW running back as Ori will join him. They'll go for this Dream Coil. And I think Borax was thinking about maybe kicking this Shadow Shaman out of the coil.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What's the skill build on the Grim? I think he has a third point in Phantom's Embrace already.
Yes, it's 0-3-2.
It's level 6 on the Jug. And then, like, Timber's level 7. He goes bot.
Radiant's
Yeah, that's not going to go well. I mean, that was the really early rotation mid from Poyoyo, right? That he realizes he can't really lane against the Timber anymore, so he goes mid to try and help. But when you turn back up bot again, you're just not in a great situation.
Now, especially without your bottom tower. Timber's having a great start. XXS is on it. Big creep wave coming through towards bottom for Poyoyo. Timber Shade across. Poyoyo uses the Blade Fury. At least one deny there for XXS.
And how many times do we see this Timber start to take over this early game, though, in this tournament so far? You know, one of the most contested heroes, like Nomad would say, and there's a good reason for it. Oh, if Tide comes over and take these stacks.
Yeah, but he's going to need to be careful now with White Album and XXS showing up. All three cores here. Old 11, he's got himself Ravage. He's got the rest of the team behind him. They're going to continue to jump in on him. They have the Hex, the Dream Coil on it too. But there's the Inkswell popping. White Album now avoiding the Ravage that comes through and hits on a 3. The roll all the way in, hitting on a DY. DY's dead of the Lucent Beam from Monet. After all is said and done, only one kill, but it goes for Aster, and it forces out a Ravage, which gets nothing.
And that's the thing. You know, everybody wants to be able to play around the Tide Ravage there, and they're like, oh, let's take a fight. But there's a brick wall in the Timber in the way. They have no damage to deal with Timber right now. You know, they have this Inkswell, which is great, and they have, like, the Ravage and stuff, but it's just not enough. He's so tanky.
Good night.
I think we have Monet has Mask of Madness coming on the career now on Luna as well, so...
Yeah, going into the Dragonlance next, and you can see Poyoyo trying to get what he can. He's sitting second on the net worth. Going for the Timber up in the top lane, and I don't know if this will work out, but they're starting to really get through the armor. But XXS, quite tanky, and he's just able to Timber chain away.
They're not getting through the armor, though. That's the problem. He's still half HP, and they've just used everything apart from Ravage.
Starting. Ooh, Hex. And the finger blowing up Poyoyo.
Great kill. And all of a sudden, they can't even really push top either, because Aster could respond, bring extra heroes to this top lane. But it's like they can't go where the Timber is, right? So wherever the Timber turns up, they just have to run away and try and find fights somewhere else.
Chip vest. Decent pickup here for Old 11. Does Old 11 just go straight utility build, or we've seen a couple Tide Hunters look for some damage output?
Yeah, their damage output is a little bit lacking in the team overall. I think that's what Effie was saying on the panel, right? But I guess they have okay initiation with the Shaman and the Void Spirit.
Dire's
I'm not really sure.
tower is under
I'll be
attack.
honest. I think I guess it's an okay pipe game on that kind of thing, but you just keep the value of the hood, right? The pipe's so expensive now. Probably just go for relatively early blink still, I would say.
Hex, Sinkswell, Phantom's
This isn't
Embrace.
gonna work.
They've got the Shackle, but here comes White Album. Two-man Dream Coil. Everybody's actually here for the side of Vici. They go to the Ravage. They've got themselves the Serpent Wards down. And finally,
Oh
they
my
get the kill on
God.
the XXS. Magnetized Geomagnetic Grip, the double silence out on Ori. Ori trying to go after White Album, but the stun comes out from Lanham. They have him with the Illusory Orb. Another Hex through, and the
Healing
right-click
Ward,
damage
though.
with the Healing Ward. It's going to be enough. They've got the Shackle out of the line. They'll get the kill on Lanham. Looking over at White Album, who's just able to skirt away, but 3 kills for the side of Vici. They'll get the tier 1 tower.
I was so certain they wouldn't be able to kill that.
Top tower has fallen.
I was really sure. I didn't see the Maelstrom on the Jug. And I think when the Omni Slash comes through with that extra little bit of magic damage, right, against the Timber, they just have enough after using everything on him.
I end up getting that. I don't know if they knew all 5 were up there for Vici.
I very much doubt the Timber Saw will be put off from this though.
Just this Void Spirit, or just that death up top?
Just that death, I mean.
They're still having a good game. He's actually going
Radiant's top
Timber Saw
tower is
Kai
under
Assange.
attack.
Yeah, I don't mind that though. I think the Kai Sanch is really good, especially this game. Obviously, the extra healing comes through really well with that hero. It's such a valuable item.
Radiant's
It feels like a better version of Bloodstone in a way.
Poyo. His senses tingling as he TPs out.
It's funny to see the 2 mid heroes being the lowest net worth cores in the game, though. Like all the side laners are a little bit ahead. We've been seeing like these TAs and Lenas and
are
Leshes.
scanning.
He's more like dedicated.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm like Romus this time. Yeah, and there's the blink.
Invisibility.
I'm waiting to see what he queues up afterwards.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Smoke breaks. Lanham found. Gets the Hex off before the Phantom's Embrace was able to attach itself.
Your final
XXS will come over, but won't really do much of anything. And Old 11, well, he's got Ravage ready to go. I think they'd need everybody again if they really wanted to go on to this Timber once more. Meanwhile, though, Serpent Wards, Gush coming in, and the roll away. They did not get in front of his roll.
Yeah, Old 11 tried to close the gap there so that he could get in and block the roll, but wasn't quite in range. I would say this Phantom's Embrace build by DY is doing such huge amounts of work this game as well. I think up against the Timber and the Puck especially, it has a lot of value. Because Timber obviously can't attack if he has Chakram out. Silence very valuable against Puck.
Dream Coil on a 2 with the Geomagnetic Grave. Looking to blink into the Ravage. They got themselves the Lucid Beam out with the Eclipse following it up. Now the Ravage comes on through, lands onto a bunch. They get the kill on the Borix as well as White on the takeout 2. They've got the Shackle on a Monet. Now the Soul Mind's there. It's Silence on it too. XXS trying to do what he can to deter the side of Vici from continuing on further, but it's not really doing much. Monet getting low. Right clicks in. He'll fall. Double kill for Ori. XXS, you're tanky and you'll survive, but the rest of the team around you is dead.
What a fight by Vici. I mean, the Jug puts the healing ward down, so even when they go in with the coil and the Earth Spirit silence, everyone's just getting healed up, and it survives the whole fight, I'm pretty sure, the healing ward. Yeah, look how much the Timbersaw does loads of damage, but nobody else does anything, right? They all just get caught off by this Ravage, and they just all instantly die. Like, the Puck gets the coil off, but then watch the Ravage come through after the silence ends on the Tide. Great Aether Remnant by the Void Spirit as well, to catch the Puck in the first place. But yeah, the healing ward's just still there. Like, they can't kill anybody. eventually goes down, but by then it's just too late.
She looking good. Up 2K now. Yo leading the net worth.
Yeah, that's a massively game-changing fight, though. Like, everything was looking okay for us, right? But then, yeah, one bad move. Vici leading the line again. Great spell usage, though. As he said. I like the early BKB from the Luna this game. I think she realizes, like, most of the time these Lunas want to go like Yasha or something first, right, to be a little bit more greedy, but the state of the game, like, they have to be able to 5-man and just be able to take these big engagements, and if the Luna doesn't have BKB, it's impossible this game. There's so many things to worry about, you know, like the Void Spirit jumping, the Ink Swell, the Ravage.
They're going to smoke and continue to put the pressure on. They'll look for the Luna, who's up towards top. They'll have the Ink Swell with the Astral Step jump. And there's the Ink Swell, there's the Astral Step. They're right on Monet. They've got the Phantom's Embrace. The Hex comes through, but they've got the Serpent Wars, the Silence on both those heroes. As they've got that axe picked up on the Void Spirit, they get the kill into PYW. They'll look over now onto the Void Spirit. Old 11, he doesn't have a Ravage to throw, but the damage coming out of Lano might be enough to get the kill in just a second with it Assimilate. Lano ends up dead. Silence again on XXX with the Phantom Embrace. An Inkswell pops, but onto nobody, and we'll use that Trustlow Shovel to gain another advantage in a Bounty Rune.
Great thing about that, they put the Serpent Wars for the fight, and it's under the enemy tower as well. So not only do they get pickoffs, they find the tower, and I think they're going to start to look towards the Roche bit here, because they have Ravage back up again. So once they've dealt with their waves and things, I think that Roche looks really tasty right now.
Philosopher's Stone.
Don't take that as tribute.
Ooh, double Astral Step. Silence, Omni, Monet, gone. Again.
They're getting torn apart, aren't they? Wow. This just relentless aggression from Vici. And that is one of the things you can say about the Void Spirit that is, you know, so strong. He is so mobile that it feels like he can be everywhere. Especially when you get this early ags as well, like your game impact is ridiculous.
Dire are scanning.
And Ori's 8-0 and
Radiant's top
6.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, they scanned there on the die to see if the Shaman was by himself, and he wasn't, so Puck just TP's away. Who just got a Grove Bow? Was it the die? I swear to God, if it is, Fluda gets another Grove Bow.
It was.
Oh my God.
The Puck's holding the Grove Bow.
Oh, okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still counts
Also
as every time, though.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, still on the Luna's team.
Serpent Ward's committed over bottom.
Middle tower is under attack.
Earth Spirit and Luna are over that way, but not sure they really want to show themselves.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Get that tower down 5k now is Aster. They really need to find an opening or make some space for this Luna, who is sitting bottom of the net worth in the core race. It has really not been a fun time for Monet. Sitting top of the net worth in the support race is PYW. Swell, there's the Hex. They've got that Assimilate, and PYW's got yet another kill. He's sitting 3, 4, and 10.
He was a few hundred gold off Blink there. I think if he had it, they might have been able to catch the Timber, but they ended up getting Ladam instead, so kind of like a nice, smaller reward instead.
I don't know about this White Album. He's going to want to jaunt away. Old 11 has Blink. There's the Ravage and Inkswell with the Hex. This is a dead White Album Puck. And making an aggressive play, knowing that the team is probably there after they made an attack up towards top. And you could see that Old 11 was farming mid.
Sorry, I really appreciate that zoom in on the Grim face there, just before the Puck died. That was very good. You could do the analysis. I'm just going to laugh at the small things instead.
No.
Are you sure? I don't mind, honestly.
I mind. I embarrass myself when I analyze the game.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I mean, Shadow Shower looks really good, though. Feels like they had a plan for this puck. First pick that they knew Aster loved. Yeah, coming into the series strong. And you have to say, though, that is one of the things about the tiebreakers that would have been different for both these teams, is that when you don't know who your opponent is the day before, right? So both these teams coming in to the tiebreakers would have had no idea who they would have been playing against straight away. So, interesting to see them almost, you know... This might be something they've not practiced for Aster necessarily, but in scrims they've been like, yeah, where's the Shadow Shaman gone? Why aren't we picking it against puck more?
And they know that White Album loves the puck, loves the Lestrak, so... X out onto this Jug. He's got the Aegis, so they need to get down there. They are far away. They're only going to take the first life and run, it seems, but... Quick into the Blade Fury. Timbersaw coming over, the rest of the team reacting. And now Puyoyo getting low. They should have this kill, but can they get out clean? And they will do so as Vici. They see the death and they won't jump in onto this Aster side.
I'll be honest, I kind of just assumed he'd have a TP, and he'd just spin TP away. I didn't actually look. And then, yeah, slow realization from me. And yeah, this should be a tier 2, right? I don't think they defend without the Jug. Okay, well, here we go.
Maybe not. They're going to go for a... They found themselves at least the kill on a Borax. They end up losing PYW, but he's already got the Serpent Wards down, and they've got themselves Monet caught in the Serpent Wards for a second. Silence hits onto the puck. They go after him. Phase shift, though, away. They've got the Aether Remnant that lands on XXS. They'll land the Ravage onto Monet, get the kill onto the Luna. Now, Earth Spike, rolling death from XXS to kill off DY. Right now, it's the two supports on the side of Vici dead, with Jug coming back up in just 4 seconds. They get the kill on Lanham, and now White Album needs to leave, and so does XXS.
This Void Spirit is so strong. He's so tanky, and this is before he's got the Kaya Sands as well. It's like 2.2k HP. I can't believe they went for it, but they have so much damage.
Void Spirit's 10-0-7.
He's owning. But that's the power. It's not just him, though. You have to remember, this Grimstroke is enabling the Void Spirit at the same time. Like, with all these ink scrolls that are coming through.
Oh, White Album, Blink, Hex, Aether Remnant with so much damage so quickly. Monet's over. They've got the Hex coming through into Ori. Will they kill him for the first time? It's looking like they might. But the Astral Step, he's ready to go on the high ground. They hit a stun on the Borax. They might even follow it up with an Aether Remnant. That doesn't land, but the Omni Slash now bouncing around. Monet getting real low, ends up falling to Old 11, who blinks in with the Gush. They've got themselves a Shackle around onto the Euro Spirit. They'll take out Borax. 3 Euros down on the side of Aster again. Vici, 25-12, almost a 10k lead. They are blowing up the side of Aster and blowing them out of the water.
Was there a shard on the Grim there? I think.
Yeah,
because if there's I think it purged off the stuns, right? Because it's the strong dispel.
Yep.
And it just allows the Void Spirit to get out of the fight. That was awesome. And they're gonna catch more.
Yeah, they've got the Hex. Good 2-man stun coming out from this Lion, but now Void Spirit looks his direction, and Lanham's probably going to be dead here. They've got the Healing Ward, but it's not enough to keep alive PYW. However, it kept him alive long enough where Aster may not feel comfortable going in for the rest of Vici because they're so healthy.
Yeah, I think you just need to get out now. Reset, wait for the Shaman.
I
still want to try and force the issue.
Jamming that a grip. It's only a silence onto the Grimstroke. Roll away. XXS, he's committed to this. The Soulbind comes in onto the Timbersaw. They've got Ori coming up to round out the back. Dream Coil snaps. DY ends up dead. Astral Step as well as the Aether Remnant that hits onto the Earth Spirit. XSS going in and looking for more, but not looking likely that Vici are going to give up any more numbers.
Yeah, good chase though by Aster. They find an extra pick off. You know, they want to try and take that numbers advantage fight in the 4 versus 5. Puck almost has BKB as well, so that's going to be really helpful. Up against all these constant silences from like the Grim, the Void Spirit. If he can cast it before the Hex comes through from the Shaman as well, that would be big.
Radiant's bottom
Is
tower
that
is under
is he
attack.
going Arcane Blink on the top? Oh no, he's going Shivas. Right, okay. I was going to say.
Void Spirit going Octarine next.
That item feels so good on so many of these like spellcasting mids now. Especially because of the easy build-up from the Aether Lens.
Old 11 might want to jump and go for this Ravage. A lot of heroes grouping up towards mid. Old 11 in the trees. Blink, Ravage coming through. That line's under two. They've got the Serpent Ward as well as the Soul Mine. That means they're both silenced thanks to the Phantom's Embrace. Not one, but two. And make it a third with Lanham hitting the deck as Ori is now beyond godlike.
Middle tower has
What a
fallen.
nice combo that was.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh.
attack.
Puck just can't react in time because he's so close to the Ravage. You know, if you're on the outer edges of that, then maybe you can react with phase shift, but...
UIW landing the Hex
another.
on Monet. They've got the Phantom Embrace. And look at that. Ori with another. Ori. The rest of the team will line him up, and he'll knock him down 15, 0, and 8. And they'll call GG on Aster. It will tap out to Vici, who have just jumped down their throats.
Do you know what? I was coming into this series, I was like, wow, you know, are we maybe going to see the difference between the strength in groups and where everybody assumed that Group B was going to be stronger with this Elephant LGD Vici combo? And Aster started this game really well, and I was like, oh, you know, maybe it's the other way around. Maybe we haven't given enough respect to Group A. And then all of a sudden, this just 5-man Dota comes through from Vici, and like you said, they just blow them out of the water. I mean, that was such a strong performance from Vici in a tournament that they haven't necessarily looked at their best. So, you know, the group stage is one thing, but if they can get back to their best for the playoffs, that's when it really matters.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of them not looking their best and a little bit of being in the group of death as it's been kind of looked at in Group B. But Vici, yeah, they take a great game one after a little bit of a slow start. It looked like maybe the Shadow Shaman wasn't going to work out, but then everything seemed to really just mesh together. The jumps, the spell usage was all there and all primed up for Vici, and they just take a good game one over Aster. We're going to go to a quick break before we break down game number one and get into game number two. So get yourself a drink, get yourself a snack, and come back for game number two. We'll be right back.
Your cause.
Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I was meant.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit. My name is Nomad. Join me on the panel today. We got Effie, and we've got 1-4-3-7. And we got two cowboys giving each other a good old battling here. Yeah, it's Aster versus Vici, guys. How'd this first game end up like this? I mean, that was absolute domination from the Void Spirit, wasn't it, Theven?
Yeah, I mean, it was some amazing stellar play from both. I can't really say both teams because Aster didn't even get to play Dota this game. Like they just got beat down. Okay, the only good thing I can say about Aster was the Timbersaw. He had a strong lane. He put a lot of pressure on bottom. He kicked the Juggernaut pretty early, but after that, everything just fell apart. When BG grouped up, especially the first play when they went top tower, and Aster decided to defend that, I felt like at that point in the game, they've already lost and they don't really understand what their timing in this game is anymore. What they had to do on Aster's side was wait, play passively, get items. They needed a lot of items, especially on the Luna, before she's able to enter a team fight against Juggernaut. VG, they just ran around, took tower by tower by tower. Old 11 got a really early Blink Dagger. I really like that pickup in this game because if he doesn't, he's not going to be able to get that nice Ravage and hit the Lion, the Earth Spirit who's going to roll in. And it just felt so easy for Ori to play this game because of that early game kills that he was able to amass.
And I have to say, what a pop off by Ori. We were talking about in pregame how we just want to see this player play at his best. Same goes for White Album, who's been having a few off days. But watching him play like that was so nice. Him and Old 11 really were just carrying that game so hard. And the Juggernaut pick, what we didn't actually talk about was like, yes, we did talk about how Vici are going to 5-man just from the first two picks, but we didn't actually talk about Healing Ward and what it gives. And it really wasn't even about damage or what he kills. It was just about that Healing Ward and grouping up with his team. And Aster didn't really have anything for this 5-man.
No, they really didn't. But I think the real MVP of this game was actually me, because I said Aster's going to win because Ori's been having a bad tournament and he's going to have a terrible game here. So that was just laying him on with the caster's curse enough to enable him for this performance.
I have learned to never bet against a new hero. I should have bet on the Shaman.
True. I mean, the new heroes have a really, really good win rate right now. Like when someone does something differently, it tends to work, other than a few select occasions.
No, I really, really enjoyed the idea behind the Shaman in this draft. It was really cool seeing an opener like that in a tournament where even, like, yes, we've seen some strange openers like a Pudge, but we haven't really seen anything from the first phase that just indicates a 5-man lineup. We really haven't seen 5-man Dota a lot this tournament. So
no,
definitely felt nice seeing the Shaman instead of the Lion in this game because, I mean, obviously you got that double disables with the Grim especially, but it's just much tankier overall. And you got more, this nonsense in the team fights with the Serpent Wards and then, like I said, the Healing Ward, that mid-fight where it was like the second time BG grouped up with the Blink Dagger Tidehunter, that Healing Ward was the MVP. Right? Any damage that Aster threw out, they were no longer able to burst a hero down because that Healing Ward was alive the whole time and the puck couldn't really get there to destroy it. Like you lose two team fights like that in Dota right now, it's just over. So Aster needed to choose the perfect team fights and they chose the wrong ones in that game.
Yeah.
Agreed. And we were talking about Vici potentially lacking mid-game damage issues, but does it really matter when they can take these long, drawn-out fights with these durable heroes like Tidehunter leading? It was just way too hard for Aster to do anything the second Vici decided they're just going to run at them and choke them out.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, my favorite spell usage of this game was PYW up in the top lane, dropping the snakes under the tier 2 tower in the middle of a fight, enabling 2 kills with the snakes, and then being able to take the tower afterwards. Like, that was just some high value stuff. And that all comes from, what you guys were saying. Like, I think, especially for me and some, mid-skill Dota players, I'm being generous to myself, we often see the core heroes and say, yes, we build our draft around the core heroes, Tidehunter, that means team fight, Spectre, that means late game, right? That kind of thing. But what they've done here is shown perfectly why you should sometimes build your draft around not core heroes. You know, they kind of play around this idea which is fronted by the shaman, and that we're going to move as 5, we're going to put a lot of pressure on the map, we're going to take towers. The shaman is a hero which fits fantastically into that. The rest of the draft is kind of built around the same idea, and it's executed really, really nicely by Vici in this game. And yeah, as you say, perfect example of 5-man Dota. We haven't seen it a lot in this tournament. Vici execute it beautifully. Were there any big failures of Aster in this game, or was it all just down to Vici's brilliant execution?
Just the movement, like you can't defend, in my opinion. At 12 minutes in the game, having 3 heroes top and putting your strongest hero, especially the Timbersaw, top lane to defend that safe lane, with VG just bringing in 4 or 5 heroes, is just a huge mistake. At that point in the game as a Timbersaw, your goal is to just run at mid. Just stay there, and if the enemy try to go to your safe lane tower, take their mid tower, just keep delaying the game, wait for your Luna timing. Does Luna need to get to like 18, 20 minutes without fighting? And then she was able to be that superior carry. But when you're playing as Juggernaut and the Luna shows up, especially at the mid lane when she wanted to take that team fight around 14, 15 minutes and then she died, it's not only that they take the mid tower, but they also killed the hero that farms like 800, 900 GPM and is now going to fall very far behind Juggernaut. We had Bcop and Mo saying like, oh wow, that was such a huge fight. Yeah, it was like the game-winning fight right there. It was like the game just felt over after that point unless some kind of miracle occurred.
Will you say that the Void Spirit looked really good in that game?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's weird because we were talking about how White Album and Ori were having bad games, but what if it's just White Album having a worse game than Ori, and that's why Ori, he shined.
Ori played impeccably.
No, he was a beast. That's exactly what really happened. And I think right now Aster looks shaky as hell. Like that's their 4th game in a row that they have lost now. And I don't think that's happened since the major.
I have to say they're really surprising me in how badly they're doing. Like I went into this tournament thinking they would be the best performing team this tournament, and it started off like that, but they've kind of been crumbling these last couple of days. I really want to see them hit their stride again. They are such a treat to watch when they are on their game, but maybe something is off right now.
Maybe we'll have to see. We do have a draft available for game number 2, so let's jump into the second match of this best of 3 upper bracket playoff game and see if Vici can get yet another advantage.
You know what?
Yeah,
I want to hear Nomad's predictions for these first 2 picks.
Seconds remaining.
For the first 2 picks.
Yes, I would like to know what is coming out.
Remaining.
Okay, I mean, do I get to see the bands first, or do I have to just go straight in?
Just no. Tell me what they're doing this time.
All right. Well, I mean, bans, we're probably going to get... what have they been banning? I don't remember. We've had a lot of DK been contested. TA's been contested. I reckon Vici maybe ban TA here. Oh, they have first pick. Maybe they want to ban... All right, they'll ban DK. Aster will ban...
Radiant team.
Something else. Or a Wyvern. It's off to a bad start. Yeah, Vici are going to open with TA, and then Aster are going to counter with... some heroes of their own. When you put me on the spot like this, I can completely forget what they're actually playing anymore. They'll go.
Look, Nomad didn't come today expecting to be talking about heroes. He's like, yeah, at least I don't have to deal with that shit. I got these 2 guys for it. Yeah. No, and now we really put him on the spot.
I'm gonna deliver, right? Vici go TA, Aster go Lion and Timbers. No, they banned Timbersaw's banned. Lion and Nyx. No, that's banned as well. Shit.
Templar assassin.
Well, there was a TA in there somewhere. You guys got what you asked for.
Dazzle.
I should have gone with my heart. Damn it.
Nomad, how did you not read the Dazzle?
How did I not read the Dazzle, guys?
This is why you're not an analyst and you're just a host. All right.
Well, Dazzle.
Mira, tell us why the Dazzle was picked. Yeah.
New hero. Have we all decided that new hero is just the way to win in this tournament?
Yes.
No, so obviously minus armor with TA is very effective. That's pretty much what they're going for with it. There's not really much to say. Like, there's a lot of utility in team fights with Grave, but there's a reason that Dazzle has fallen out of favor as a support, and It's for reasons Steven has mentioned many times before, like what you're looking for out of your support in this meta, Dazzle does not provide. He doesn't have any disables, he doesn't have any
10
burst damage.
seconds
He is a
remaining.
save hero,
Radiant team
but
ban.
he isn't the type of save hero that you pair well with a lot of the heroes this meta, like for example, Aleshrak.
Do you think they picked the Dazzle to like try and counter some kind of a counter to Dragon Knight? Because he's always sitting in the middle of the creeps and in the lane. Maybe they want to just poison him and just chase him down a little bit and just like kind of kick him out of the lane, keep him like half health.
That sounds like
Maybe.
a creative approach to Dragon Knight, sure.
I mean, isn't TA
10
Dazzle pretty good?
seconds
I don't know.
remaining.
I don't know Psyblade's proc, the poison
5
touch.
seconds
and
remaining.
refresh.
Okay, Nomad, you're really going into the dumpster once again to find something to make it. That's not why they picked the Dazzle, I'm sure. To proc their poison with Psyblades.
Dude, it's a good lane. And they're color coordinated as well, which is really important.
Has anyone ever
one thing I
told
will
you,
say,
Nomad,
well,
that you're too
okay,
smart
okay.
for your own good?
no,
Yeah,
surprisingly.
Nomad is a genius.
They mostly sound too stupid for my own good, so that's nice to hear. One thing I do like though is the Dazzle Shard into illusion carries is really nice, and they pick TB into it. So if the Dazzle does end up going for the shard, if he's not a pos 5, then
True.
it is good.
Nice.
Good
So you,
point.
yeah, it's very good. I like
Okay.
that.
So, the thing about Vici's draft is when you have both of when you have two cores showing in first phase, like it's really easy for Aster to play reactively here and just pick
10
to counter the
seconds
lane.
remaining.
We see that with Darkseer. Darkseer is one of the heroes that Terrorblade does not like to play
5
against. He doesn't like to
seconds
play against him in lane. He doesn't like to play against him at later stages of the game because of the obvious, the wall of replica, and he can be run down in lane and die.
Oh,
So
and the
we-
shard too. Don't
And the
forget that
shard,
one. We've
and
been
the
seeing that
shard, of
every single
course.
game with the Darkseer now.
Radiant team pick.
So we might have normally when a Darkseer gets forced out as a counter to Terrorblade, teams respond with a Doom. But I don't know how well a Doom would fit into Vici's lineup right now. But I can see that being something that they're going to look towards. Nice. The Aster pick up Earth Spirit, and Earth Spirit and Darkseer is probably my favorite support core combination in Dota.
It's strong.
It's really strong. Earth Spirit is a great hero to
10
pair up with Ion
seconds
Shell. He has a long range gap close. He benefits from the Ag Scepter
5
later on.
seconds
He can
remaining.
TP mid with Ion Shell on him and get kills on mid or
Vici
on a
Gaming's
side lane.
turn to
Just overall a very good Ion Shell carrier. Okay, so the Doom does come out like we were talking about earlier. This is a very standard response to a Darkseer. I think that if you pick Terrorblade early in a draft without banning Darkseer, you are expecting to pick a Doom later, so
Radiant
they don't
team
seem
ban.
too frazzled by this Doom pick. I mean, this Darkseer pick.
Yeah, Doom into Dazzle, I mean, the Dazzle can sustain the Doom target, but I mean, his healing is really bad. That's one of the reasons we don't see a lot of Dazzle. His healing
this
is
is
just poo.
The problem with Aster's lineup right now. They only have
10
one burst
seconds
damage here, and that's in the
Gaming's
Templar
turn to
Assassin.
ban.
Yeah.
And TA is not bursting Dragon Knight or Terrorblade.
No, he's not. She's not.
So there's some, like they're looking for these long drawn out fights, and I'm not really sure what the hero it is for Aster right now that can like solidify their draft.
10 seconds
But VG are looking like they're gonna have 3 tanky beasts, all with BKBs
5 seconds
at the
remaining.
front and ready to push ahead. And that is so scary. Like if I look at VG's draft, I'm shivering right now. Like it's scary.
I said it as a meme earlier, but I kind of want them to put the TA in the safe lane and get something
Radiant
mid which
team
can kind of
back.
control the tempo of the game a bit better,
Vici
because
Gaming's
if they go
turn
for
to
something
Yeah.
greedy on the core, it's going to be rough.
Well, they need some kind of high damage core to come out on Aster as well. TA alone is not going to be enough. They, like Steven said, these are very strong, beefy heroes. They're
Yeah.
going to need some more
Radiant
damage output.
team pick.
And you know one thing about Aster's lineup too, like they can't really run away in this game because they're playing against Disruptor. So the Surge is not going to have too much value
That's a very
defensively,
good point.
and you're always going to be able to bring them back when Aster's trying to disengage from the Metamorph.
That's
True.
a very good
10
point.
Great
And
counter pick.
remaining.
you were talking about how Dazzle could sustain the Doom target, but he is playing against the
5
Disruptor. If the
seconds
Disruptor
remaining.
decides to just handle him, find him in team fights, he can.
Yeah. Well, Brewmaster, another very strong team fighting hero here. So you think that's a position 4 Brew? Is there any potential for position 4 Doom or DK as well?
This is pretty flexible, but what if it's...
It's safe to
No.
say that's not a position 1 Brewmaster and a position 5 Brewmaster.
No, it's not.
That is safe.
I don't think it's a 3 Brewmaster.
PYW, I think, is the only one that really plays Brewmaster on his team. So, yeah, there you go. I'll pick up the Brew.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and PL pick. I actually dig it. I think this is a very smart pick. It's actually surprisingly good against Dragon Knight. Like, even though he's got Splash, it's like very like low DPS Splash, and PL can actually do more damage to him. Yeah, great at removing mana of Terrorblade. Going on Disruptor. Disruptor ulti is actually kind of scary for the Phantom Lancer if you ever catch him with the kinetic field.
I was gonna comment that as a disruptor player, I do like playing against PLs. Not if I'm having a bad game, because PL can just go on you and kill you.
With the illusions.
Can just go on you and kill you. But if you do have vision of him, you can put a hold to him in few bits.
I think this was a good pick from Aster here.
Yeah,
it was
it
probably
really
the best pick they could have had. I'm surprised VG didn't ban up Phantom Lancer when they have TB and Doom. Like, Doom can't actually Doom PL. It's so hard unless he gets to like Shivas. And they might even consider like a Radiance actually in this game. It's good against Templar Assassins, good against PL. But yeah, actually, now that I mention it, the same items counter PL and TA. Radiance and Shivas. So if they actually itemize properly here, I think the late game is in the hands of VG.
I'll give this one to Vici because they're very comfortable with their Doom lineups, and
me too.
I really like what they did with their draft. I think they have a good answer to every hero except maybe the PL. But like Steven said, that can be dealt with items. There's also the disruptor factor. I'll give it to Vici. I have faith.
I'll go with VG as well.
For Vici, you guys make good points. You know, I find it very difficult to disagree with you guys. I want to be the contrarian and go for Aster, but I'm sorry, Aster, but their performance has just not been up to scratch. I think it's a creative draft, but yeah, I'm going to go Vici with this one. But let's throw it over to our commentary duo to find out who's going to be taking game number 2. It is Beakyop and it is Mo Farah.
Thank you very much. Coming into this second game, we'll see if Vici can pull off the 2-0 over Aster. If they've got a little bit more fight in them, need a lot more fight than what they had in the previous game. So we'll see what Aster bring to the table on this one. Couple new heroes showing up, Mo. You gonna support the new heroes, or are you gonna support the Vici lineup?
I think Dazzle is a very underrated hero in general. I think it has good flex potential as well, but I think they are really going to struggle to deal with this like DK timing relatively early on. I think there's a lot of pressure on the Darkseer and the Earth Spirit this game. But if they can get off to a good start, maybe get this relatively early first Roche on the TA,
The battle
I'd be persuaded otherwise. I just think Aster just haven't looked that good, you know? And no matter what they would have picked this game, I don't think I could have gone for them anyway. It feels like they're having a bad day. So it's going to be Doom top against the Darkseer, which is kind of, I'd say, half expected now by this point. We've seen so many lanes like that. And it looks like they're trying to swap the lanes on the Radiant side. So the Darkseer's running bot lane and the PL's running top.
You think this lane swap's going to be enough, though?
I mean, they want to get the lanes that they can, right? They want to put the PL against the Doom, because the Doom doesn't really stop the PL from being able to farm. And you see this meld at level 1 from the TA. Not something we've seen this tournament, but it has been relatively popular against these melee heroes, like the Ember as well is another one.
I'm waiting to see if Ori does in fact die this game, as he went unkilled in the last one. He's quite tanky overall. It could be a bit of a problem to kill him on this DK, but we'll see.
So if you notice, the Dire have a ward in the Radiant bot jungle that saw the lane swaps. So they saw the Darkseer going to bot lane, so they've sent the Doom back bot again. There's one there, and there's one just further up as well, to the left. So they saw the lane swaps, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it means that they can get the lane decisions that they want, because they've seen it on Vision, whereas Aster haven't had the same luxury, unfortunately, for them. So TB's going to get to play against the PL. Doom's going to get to go against that Darkseer. Yeah, feels pretty good for Vici.
Yeah, so far so good. We'll see if they can keep it up. They had quite the role in the first game, and they certainly should have a lot of confidence coming into this one.
Yeah. Look at this value Devour as well, while he's swapping lanes. He finds the small camp, eats the creep, and then gets the speed creep so he can run faster to the bot lane. That's value.
Probably the most value that you can get.
Yeah, it actually is. This PL is going to struggle with the TB early on. I think, obviously, as the game goes on, PL one of the better cores at dealing with that hero. TB can't really deal with the illusion spam. Very single target focus.
We'll see if what the panel alluded to comes to fruition in that the Disruptor catches this PL and you catch him in a static storm and he's unable to get out. He's in a lot of trouble.
Wasn't there an OGA event in the past where there was a TV versus PL game and it froze the whole thing? Was that OGA?
It might have been.
I can't remember. And the game crashed because Reflection used to get all the illusions of all the PL illusions. So yeah, that was fun. They've changed it now, but this DK's doing really well mid lane up against the TA as well.
Or he's just feeling himself.
Yeah. And that's the power of the stun though, right? Having the sustain in the lane up against this TA normally that just chips and chips away at you.
Throwing out quite a bit of damage early on too. 9-7 to the 7-5 there. Bottom lane, old 11 getting run back. But they ignite the Cinder Brew with that Scorched Earth.
I think he's going Hood on the Doom again this game. I would imagine.
Does he pick up the Ring of Health, go Devour back into a Midas, or does he finish the Hood and no Midas at all?
I think we've mainly seen them go for the Hood straight up if they want it. Oh, there's a rotation.
Yo TPing back to the tier 1. 3 heroes top, unable to get that kill on the TB.
And I have a bad feeling that might be something else that happens again in the laning stage, the lack of stuns. Especially after the Rolling Boulder's been used. Being their worst enemy.
They actually bring the Brew out top. So it's going to be, well, it looks to be a try v try. And that leaves Doom to kind of do whatever he wants, and we'll see how much old 11 is able to farm off that. Yes, the same thing can be said for XXS, but obviously Devour and potentially a Midas, you get a lot of gold here on this Doom, and it can really start to get out of hand. PYW also already level 3.
They're trying to hold the water rune, for the TA.
Oh, roll hits. DY going down for first blood. White Album gets credit for that one. PYW, kills him in the fountain. Base.
That's not too bad though, because he doesn't get any XP on the Brew, right? So, yeah, it's annoying he uses TP trying to get away, and it's a risk worth taking, and he also ends up not giving away any XP, so... I can get behind that. Oh, that's so annoying. Using the heal to get rid of CS.
Kinetic Field, Lanham getting chased. He'll throw out that poison touch, but he's not going to survive long.
Yeah, and the CS across the board really favouring Vici at the moment. Lots of denies this game as well. 12 on the TV, 12 on DK, but also a decent amount on the Radiant side too. So, more than normal.
Yeah, definitely a lot of denying going on. Borax now showing bottom, and they actually have 3 heroes bot. Try and go after old 11. The TP situation isn't great for Vici. There's no TP on this Brew or the Disruptor. They roll in, Boulder Smash, vacuum back. Old 11 in a lot of trouble with the Poison Touch with it, and Old 11 trying to survive, but ooh, actually, we'll get the kill on a Borax before he falls. They'll bring over Ori, who will finish off Lanham.
Yeah, nicely by Ori. I mean, the Doom gets the XP from killing the Earth Spirit first, though, as well, so it's not even too bad. The important thing is here, and we mentioned it last game, when there's these big creep waves coming under tower, even if the DK hadn't got the Dazzle there, you want someone there to be able to like leech up the XP, and the Brew just takes over mid, where the DK was before. So they're being really efficient on Vici, making sure they don't lose out on any of that precious XP before the level 6 marks.
Right.
Especially on the supports as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they get to go back the other way now because it was the catapult wave, and the DK's popped ult. So,
and so with
nice
that
chip
Elder
damage.
Dragon form, just trying to get in onto that tier 1. By the way, the hood's finished, and he does have that Midas queued up. So go for XXS. Dragon Tail, Breathe Fire, and Old 11 having Thunderclap. The damage with a Scorched Earth. They just get a quick kill there, but Poyoyo up in the top lane. He falls to the 3 heroes here of Aster. They're going to get the tier 1 buy.
yeah, that's the difference, right? They both get kills in the side lanes, but the tower going down as well. Big favour for Vici. Vici, I think DY's in trouble here. I don't think they have any TPs, right? So.
Now Monet gets kill on a DY. Right now, Ori leads the net worth. Continuing to just surge here.
What does he have coming out on the DK? He's got something coming out on his career already, because he's pretty
CP
far.
and a wand.
Right, okay, just a wand. Because we've seen the Armlet DK this tournament. I was wondering whether he might consider going for it this game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You know, if he wants to
And-
scale a little bit more.
Well, they're getting the top tier 1. Elder Dragon form is going to be popped again on Ori. He'll try to get a tier 1 over mid.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
The tower goes down. A chip vest for Vici. Lanham. And a +1 here of the Earth Spirit. Borax. Does he go for this? They've got
Yeah.
TA wrapping around the back.
There's a DD as well, top that TA's about to get. They have to be careful because these two Vici supports aren't the strongest before the level 6 mark. And when they hit their level 6s, they are incredibly difficult to deal with.
There's the roll as well as the trap. They've got the kinetic field, so that'll keep White Album close enough to his tower where he can't catch up to Ori. Doom used now onto Monet.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
I think if you'd have had the Scorched Earth up straight away, it would have been fine.
And now Old 11's probably dead for this unless he can get out, and the roll's there, so there's no chance at that. And they'll hold
buys
the
out-
last hit for Monet.
He buys out the phase boost though before he dies on the Doom, so he doesn't really lose any gold for it. So, yeah, pretty good for him.
Very odd. Oh, PYW.
Is under attack.
Yeah,
Getting
they really
blown
need to,
up.
they really need to get XP on the Brew,
Radiant's middle tower has
and
fallen.
they're trying to get his level 6. So he's kind of just sitting down here trying to leech some XP, but
Dire's
they're punishing him
bottom
hard.
tower is under
Both teams
attack.
get an optic. That's nice.
And the supports are struggling on the side of Vici because you're only level 4 on both supports, while Dazzle's 6 and Earth Spirit's 5. These supports are going to have their levels ready to go on Aster. Granted, we're getting close to the level, or to the 10-minute mark where you'll pick up that tome for one of them, which will probably be PYW. But that's not going to feel as good as both supports on Aster having that XP advantage.
Trying to burn away at Monet here, but yeah, I agree. Like we said, the Disruptor level 6 is so important. Brew level 6 is so important. You can't have both. It will be interesting to see how they prioritize, because I think there is a chance that DY could get it. Right, there you go, PYW.
Oh boy. Going in for the TB. They've got the silence wall down. Poyoyo dead again. Lanham gets the kill, and I'm not sure if Vici should go after this. They'll go for Lanham, And, well, they'll at least get one. Roll in, hits onto Ori, who's taking a lot of damage here. And for the first time this series, he's going to die. They bring over Old 11, who's got the Thunderclap. Now the Cinderbrew down, but they've surged away XXS. They'll look to roll Borax out, but they've got him surrounded. No. Oh, wow. Really? It looks like he's still dead, but I was surprised he got that roll through. It seemed like it was right on top of one of the heroes of Vici.
Still in Bayer. Don't worry.
Not sure if I imagined that, but
Yeah, it looked like it should have hit a hero. They're looking towards the PL here because they have the Brew split as well.
yeah, and they have
They're
Doom.
gonna miss him. Good TP. Yeah, they saw the end of the TP, so they know. But so they get the D-Walk because of it though, so that's something.
Ori's got Blink Dagger coming out.
Yeah, it's such a big timing in the game, especially against these like mobile heroes like the PL. See if you can use that Blink Dagger effectively. And he's just going to go for that Blink BKB build. As expected on the DK, very standard. I wondered whether he might swerve away from it slightly, but just the norm.
Smoke up.
Radiant are
They could find Monet, they would get the Blink Dragon Tail into the Doom, but he's back towards bottom. He's actually away from this, and the smoke's going to break as Lanham breaks that smoke being over by the river, and now Lanham trying to TP out, but DY ready with the glimpse.
The TA just tried to unblock her ancient camp as well, but the sentry doesn't cover the whole camp. So she does not find the ward that's blocking it, unfortunately.
White Album. They know exactly where he is, but he's
protection.
standing there. May not be the wisest idea.
No.
Static Storm is down. Ori out a little bit far. Magnetize comes in to get the silence on to this Brewmaster. He finally gets the Primal Split off. He now needs to get out of dodge. Not looking that easy for him to do.
The Earth Panda's still there.
Kinetic Field, PYW back to form, roll out, and they're going to lose both supports now because of this.
Great catch by Borax. They were always going to get PYW right, but he finds the extra +1 in DUI. That was awesome.
I will say Aster controlling, but I think the bigger shock is the fact that Vici still lead by 2k.
Yeah, but it's the Midas and the Devour on the Doom, right? More than anything. And TB's just free farming this whole time.
Is it though? There's all three cores on Vici are at the top. Is it just the Doom like gold that's making the difference?
I mean, they've been at the top for a while though, right? So they take a bad fight, but if the TB's not there and the whole of Aster's team are like they're fighting, right? Then it's time they're not spent farming. So it's still really good for them, but yeah. Obviously, TB farms so quickly that if you don't farm for like a minute on PL, you do fall behind a little bit.
They found Doom, and he will Doom the Darkseer, and that's with the rest of the team starting to come up.
They're coming over.
Filling the back line. Static Storm committed on the Earth Spirit. Now they're starting to chase the other way. Monet had started this with a Diffusal Blade on Old 11. Now he's out of mana, and he might be out of life real quickly. And that's exactly the case. They get the kill on Old 11. It's going to be a trade for a support. And now, they get Old 11. They've got a 3-man vacuum wall. DY trying to TP out. They get the kill onto this Disruptor. They look over at Ori, who will TP away. But again, PYW's dead too. That is a 3-for-1. Vici a little bit overconfident in the way they step forward on that. I really interested to see the mindset of them moving forward like that.
I mean, they committed a lot for the Earth Spirit, though, right? That was the big thing. Like they dropped the Static Storm on him and everything on him, so that afterwards, when they find this like Darkseer and PL, the Dooms eventually run off, but they have nothing left in the tank. And great back wall from the Darkseer, though. That's the second time this game, and we're only 15 minutes in.
That was a post-Doom vac wall on 3.
This PL with Diffuser is doing a good amount of work as well. But here comes the TB to the fight.
Yeah, Lanham stunned and Lanham killed by PYW.
They're trying to find more.
They might. Monet cycloned. And do they have the catch for this? Borax coming over. Geomagnetic grip. That's going to stop him from getting the stun out. Now he's got the illusions. He has the ability to leave. All done by Borax, and Vici are in deep. They've got the glimpse into the static storm. This is a problem for Monet trying to run, and a 6-time spree goes to Poyoyo. Vici are persistent, and they get the kill that they came for. Look at that disruptor.
D-By holding these wards so we can get glimpses in fights is... Yeah, he's really clutch today. And this TV's just so far ahead now.
Has the gold for Manta. He'll finish that off, and he still has about 1,000 gold to work with. I think Vici to really start pulling ahead. Yes, they're up 4K, but I think the big objective is them getting Roche over Aster, and that's always the talking point when you're up against the TA lineup, right?
Sorry, say that again, the Roche.
Yeah, getting that first Roche over Aster, especially when you've got a TA on your side.
Yeah, I think so, and it's difficult for the Radiant to just run into the Roche, right? They have to get a pick off or anything before, but it feels like Vici with this like strong 5-man we've seen from them 2 games in a row. They're like on a different level in this series so far. It feels like they're not afraid to just group up and try to look for these engagements. You know, the TB was away before when he was farming and they were running around as 4, but you can see as soon as he hits his timing, he's willing to get stuck in and get involved. This I think this DK getting BKB is going to be a huge deal as well, because they don't really deal with this DK very well once he has it, and he's going to have that level 2 Dragonfall with the extra like splash damage and everything. Mm-hmm. So PL is in a little bit of trouble. It's not great, but it's kind of like a pseudo answer to it, right? Like in a small way. Maybe it helps you reveal, or like at least narrow down which PL is real in the pack.
Will the real PL please stand up?
The real PL never reveals itself. E-Cop, you should know that.
No.
They're slippery.
I thought that Diffusal was going to really input a lot more into that last fight. I started going after Old 11, got that kill on the Doom. They were able to get the kill on a Monet. It's a big spree for them to take out of his hands, too. Doom almost has his blink, so he'll be able to close the gap, get that Doom out. If you're Phantom Lancer, which neutral are you really looking for?
I mean, Imp Claw's pretty good on that hero. I like Van Brace is okay. There's quite a few. Like Aquila's pretty good. Pupil Gift's pretty good.
There's the Aquila. There's the People's Gift.
Yeah, he's going to take the Aquila.
Or the Aquila for some people.
Aquila.
PYW getting taken out by Lanham. 4 heroes come over towards mid, and that was the pickoff that they might need to go potentially for Roche, but they're looking for more, and we'll get a +1 in DY. Double shot by White Album, and now Vici, who I thought might have a chance at Roche, now need to try and deter Aster from taking it. And I'm not sure that's possible.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for them to get into the pit. It's like 3 versus 5 already, right? So, they could have hunt again still, though.
They found the Doom. They've got the Silence. XXS staying on him while they go for Roche. It's 2-man stun. PYW coming over, and now the Doom's going to be out onto this Darkseer. They use the Primal Split. They get the Aegis into the hands of White Album with the Shallow Grave saving XXS, but for how long? Hold 11 continues to chase the Infernal Blade. That'll get the finishing blowout onto the Darkseer. Now they're going to try and roll out of this one, but it's right onto Ori. They'll find themselves a second. Oh, Old 11 sitting low. Monet focusing his attention, but the stun
good
from
stun.
Old 11. Oh, dear, Monet. He's found out to be counterfeit Monet, and they get the kill on the PL.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with taking two separate fights, though, right? Where you're trying to take the Rosh on your two cores, and the other three are like, oh my god, we found a Doom, let's go! But the two cores are nowhere near because they need to finish off the Rosh and get the Aegis, and all of a sudden the turnaround comes in with the TPs to the tier 2 tower, and you're like, oh guys, why are we not just at the Rosh with our team? You know, like, his Doom's pretty tanky, he's hard to kill. I can't believe Monet turned up to the fight here at the end, because he isn't the one with the Aegis, remember?
Yeah.
Because even if he gets old 11 here, he's still going to die for it.
He doesn't even get that.
He's so far behind the TB. Almost 5,000 net worth behind.
This TV saving up 3,100 gold.
Good rock.
And again, both supports. Both supports from Vici have combined for 11 of the 17 deaths.
This Darkseid looks so good today. We've seen so many great combos.
Dire's middle tower is
Really well
under
played by
attack.
Aster.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And a bit of a different build from XXS on this Darkseer than what we've seen previously. We've seen a lot of Ags into the Shard. This time, Hood going in and finishing that pipe. He's got the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, pipe is really valuable this game. It's really expensive now. Do you remember when it used to be like really cheap? We would see it every single game. One of the worst things that was.
Is
But
under attack.
we're in a blissful, peaceful time now, where people just build A on disc every game instead. That's really fun.
The best timeline.
Is under attack.
Because nobody dies.
We
So
were
BKB
getting close to that, Scotty, and yeah, you were going to say BKB on Doom?
On the DK, I was going
Oh,
to say.
man. I tried to read your mind.
Radiant are
But
Gonna
yeah,
work.
this beacon reveal is going to be huge. They want to use this this timing though, right? Try and find an opening. But they don't want to force it too hard, it seems. Oh, there's a gem on Disruptor. Okay. Relatively early.
Which is interesting considering how much they've focused killing these supports.
Yeah, but maybe he's thinking, well, he can only kill us because they see us. So if I D-ward, they'll stop killing us.
What does the word D-ward mean? I don't hear that much in my pubs.
Don't worry, it doesn't get any better.
So I'm good where I am.
Yeah, there's one.
There's
Oh,
the
no, drop the
D-ward,
gem.
but there goes the gem. Already dropped down. Whiteout tries to scoop it.
He has Aegis,
It's
though.
really greedy. Oh, Shallow Grave on the Darkseer. I think that was a bit of a misclick. They kind of overlapped each other. And now he's caught in the Static Storm. They'll get the kill on a White Album. They'll take out the TA. Geomagnetic Grip onto this Doom. They've got the Doom out onto the Darkseer. There's the Cyclone. They'll drop him down. Ori moves forward. Dragon Tail out onto the Dazzle. Inferno Blade once again. Breathe Fire roll comes out from Borax. It's going to be through. Vacuum
what a
Wall. It's massive on the 4 with the Silence on the 5. They got a full 5-man Silence, but it still doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. They finally get the kill on Ori. They're going to look over as Lanham's trying to chase. Poyoyo sitting low.
Take
Has
my
a
gem.
Sunder. DY. Uh-oh. He's dead again, and Poyoyo will get out.
Right, where's the gem? Where's it gone? I actually don't know.
Courier has it. Courier has it.
On the dire side,
Disruptor's Courier picked it up.
right? Okay. Because he's giving my gem back, TA. It's mine.
I think he...
But this looks so good. The DK tried to blink and stun the Darkseid, but he accidentally found the Dazzle instead.
And
So
then
it kinda,
watch
like,
this
stops-
vacuum wall with it.
Oh, the Grave comes in just in time, so they get the Vac Wall combo off. Wow.
From Boomer Fingers clicking on Darkseer to Zoomer Fingers clicking on Darkseer for the right time.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he passes over the gem to the courier there just before he dies. That's really well played. Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Vac Wall, you get the TB illusion, but you also get the DK8 ult illusion, right? So you get two really useful ones. And this PL all of a sudden, really starting to catch up. survives the last fight. He's feeling good.
Haste.
Wow, they think it's in Vici Aster's favour this whole time still.
Wow.
Even though they're behind in net worth.
Dazzle.
It's interesting. I mean, it is a very good PL game. You know, we really have to highlight that. If it gets to like that, 40-minute mark and the PL's got the 4 items or whatever, he's going to feel really horrible to deal with. Almost a BKB on Earth Spirit, actually. 1,000 gold away.
It's a lot of gold needed for support.
Yeah, it is. But it's within reach now, right?
Sure.
Look at the Radiance support's net worth in comparison to the Dyer's.
Yeah.
It's poor Disruptor.
This Disruptor that is getting close to a shard.
Most of that net worth's a gem as well.
And don't drop it again. Don't lose this. It's it's almost a full 25% of my net worth.
Under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's
So they're going to look to
structures
get the
are
top 2-1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Do they push for
is
more?
falling.
Scotty
Dire's
finished.
bottom tower
Metamorphosis
is under
off
attack.
cooldown.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Seems like they are. They're trading their bot 2-1 for it, but they want to try and force the fight here. They understand that as the game gets later and later, it's going to get more difficult, so...
Blink Dragon
Oh, they
Tail
found
coming
the
through
Darkseer.
onto the Darkseer. Shallow Grave, and it looked like Doom was going to use the Doom onto the Darkseer, but I don't think he needs it. They'll just get the kill instead with the BKB being popped by Old 11 as well as Ori. They'll take the tier 2 with that.
He might need to buy back on the Darkseer here, because they have potential to keep going, right, with the meta and the DK form.
Dire's
Okay, they're going to back
bottom
off.
tower is under
Fair
attack.
enough. Oh, DK's almost got Ags, actually.
Yeah, 500 gold away from that.
Yeah, that
Disruptor
feels
has
really
enough gold for a shard, but I'm wondering... Yeah, okay, now he bought out on it. I was wondering if he might switch to something else as he had collected about 1,800 gold.
good. Ooh, DD route. Liam. Yeah, I think the shard's really good, though. He's going like full utility, right? Ooh, roll misses.
Second Rosh in 2 minutes.
Yeah, second Rosh. Very, very important, as we know. The shard disruptor's so good.
It feels great, honestly.
Yeah, it does feel good. For anyone that doesn't know, it gives you like every time it hits you with the Thunderstrike, it gives you a small boost of like, I think, is it movement speed and attack speed? I'm
It's
not 100%
75
sure.
attack speed and 50% movement speed.
Oh, okay.
Each
That's the
strike gives a
DKX there.
1.25 second buff of those two.
But it's a weird one because like you get hit by it, right? You get a little buff and then it disappears again for a little bit, and then you get hit again.
Ooh, they're coming around the back. They're trying to make something happen here. The Dragon Toe comes out. They've got the silence out of the Disruptor, who drops down the Static Storm. It's going to be right on top of the Earth Spirit. They get the kill on the DY. Now looking the other way. The Doom's going to come through into the Darkseer. That means no vacuum wall. They should be able to get themselves more than just Borax. Borax buys back immediately with the Shadow Grave coming into the Darkseer. They'll also look in... go over onto Lanham. They finish off the Dazzle. Darkseer still not dead. He might even get out of this one, but he turns back around and dies to Old 11. I thought he might just walk it out. Or he goes down. Sunder used Poyoyo, though, taking a lot of damage, not a lot of mana to work with. They'll get the kill. Monet takes him out. Double damage here for White Album. Now going to be able to chase after PYW in a roll
What a
from
roll.
Borax. Lands on the money and a full team wipe for Aster.
I think that fight goes so badly for Aster if they don't have the DD on the TA. It's like completely different because they don't burst the heroes the same way. Like the Doom gets killed so quickly because he doesn't have a huge amount of armor in the back line.
Dire's bottom
And yes, they do
tower
the Darkseer and everything, and yes, they kill the Dazzle in the end, but it takes them so long. And all of a sudden, they're just at the high ground.
They're at the high ground, and I don't think Vici want to buy back on these heroes.
Crystallis on the TA, so she's going to start to hit even harder on this tower now.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's
So
bottom
second
barracks
Roche
are under
just
attack.
spawning here. Can they get to the pit?
DK up in 14. Can really feel the effectiveness of that Red Eyes Black Dragon. Brings out the inner Joey Wheeler in us all.
So they realise they have to smoke it. They need to contest this Roche. They can't give it away for free.
They're gonna come over,
They see the
vacuum
DK.
immediately into the BKB. He doesn't have the Elder Dragon form just yet, and they're gonna go to the Primal Split and try and make something happen
What's
here.
this dude
Blink
doing?
forward, and he is in onto the Dazzle, but he is without Doom, taking a lot of damage. Pops the BKB. Now they're going to focus their attention on the Borax, who pops his own BKB. They get the kill on level 11. They're going to take out the Doom. They look over now at BYW. The damage out from the TB, but Borax saved thanks to the shallow grave of Lanham. They'll buy back on PYW, but they're without the Doom for 60 seconds. They got the wall down, and the roll is going to come through all the way on Poyoyo. Kick him back into the fight, and now focus over on a DY. They get the kill on the Borax. Finally, the damage from Poyoyo is just not enough. He finally has that Thunder Strike, right clicks in onto the Dark Seer. But Poyoyo in some trouble.
Dire's current
I say in some trouble, but he takes out XXS. They've got the Dragon Tail to kill off Lanham, and maybe I spoke a little bit too soon, but they finally get the kill on the DY. White Diamond from behind the back has the Meld Strike with the BKB. The gem's on the deck, and Ori trying to get away with a sliver of health. PYW comes back in and picks up the gem. Now no mana on White Diamond, and the damage in from Poyoyo. He's got a triple kill. Looking over at Monet. He's silenced up, pops the Manta, running over at PYW, now trying to retreat. Does Poyoyo look for more? He doesn't have the Metamorphosis, but he does have a double damage, and now minus armor on him. Monet focuses his attention
Satanic.
onto the Terror Blade. He's got the Satanic to get back up on a full health. BYW ends up dead to Lanham. Lanham will help out Monet with a shallow grave when needed, and that's going to come out immediately with Ori popping the DK or getting that stun from the DK. Vacuum back, and now a Sunder on XXS. Poyoyo, not a lot of mana to work with, but they've got themselves the Doom back alive. He'll run back into the fight. He's got to blink. If he can get on these heroes, the Shiva slows down Lanham. Ori catching up, and there's the shallow grave with the BKB being popped by Ori, but they'll get away on Aster, maybe even looking to turn it around once again.
Holy moly, what a fight. There's so many different things there that were just happening all at once. I mean, the fight starts with the dude just running in, right? And basically just playing his own game. You know, the rest of Vici couldn't get anywhere near him and he dies straight away.
Radiant's
But
middle
towards the end of the
tower
fight,
is
you can
under
see
attack.
they managed to grave the PL, right?
Radiant are
And the
scanning.
DK comes in with the stun, but the stun ends just before the grave duration does. So that he's able to get the doppelganger off and just get away. Such close margins.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very close indeed, and this game is back to even. Roche is up, and Poyoyo is in there with Ori. We'll see if Aster can come over. They don't have TA for 6 seconds. Illusions will invade, and they'll only spot a TB Illusion. So this is going to be a fight once again, but this time they've got Doom back up. They'll have the Primal Split. Brewmaster up in 2, and should be able to just TP over to the outpost and join his team. But instead, he's going to choose to walk.
Goodness. That last fight just was so long. I like that he's got the Mjolnir queued up on the TV as well. I think that's really important this game.
I meant smoke
Against
from
the PL.
Vici.
I was thinking he might go Butterfly, but
Oh,
It's not-
Monet. Ooh, are they going to
they
see
just
him?
miss him.
They still want to walk down. They
Just-
want to walk down top. Monet's on the high ground. The rest of the team is waiting. They've got the Brinkley Zerls, the Dragon Tail. They're going to go after this Dazzle. They've got the kinetic field down with the BKB pop by Borax. He's going to try and roll out of this one. They've got the silence and the magnetize on a couple of these heroes on the side of Vici, but they get the kill on XXS. Old 11 dealing with the sliver of health with the BKB being popped by White Album. He goes into the mail, but they've got themselves the vision and get the kill on a White Album. 3 heroes dead without buyback on the side of Aster. They're going to focus their attention on Monet, who's trying to get up onto the high ground and away from this Vici side. But the BKB and
Oh
he's
my
in
God,
the
the
Red Eyes Black Dragon. He goes right up the cliff and goes after Monet. It is scary
Is under attack.
when the Elder Dragon form has that Ags behind it.
Oh, it's like a better version of Game of Thrones. I love it.
A better version than the last season, that's for sure.
Yeah, fortunately so. It looks so good as well, that model. I really like it. What a fight, though. With that vision advantage they have from smoking round, right, they pick off the Dazzle with the stun on the DK, and they instantly doom the Darkseer at the same time. It's like the perfect initiation for Vici. It doesn't get any better than that. And Aster are kind of coming over to the pit here.
Is under attack.
They don't have any vision inside by the looks of it, but Borax...
Oh, coming in! Silence! Aegis picked up by Poyoyo. BKB by Borax.
Oh, I think he would... Okay, he might get out anyway. I thought he was going to die, but he was going to get glimpsed away, but he BKB'd, so it cancelled the glimpse, and I thought he was going to die because of it. Oh, that was so close to him stealing Aegis, though. Did he get anything from that?
I don't think so.
Close.
Oh, there's a quick pause coming out.
Was that completely blind, or was there a trap in the pit? Because if that was completely blind, that's really impressive.
I'm going to go with blind because it makes it cooler.
Just sounds better, doesn't it?
Yeah. Got ourselves a bit of a pause. During this time, Mo, I just want to ask, could you give us your best Brooklyn Joey Wheeler impression? The Red Eyes Black Dragon?
No. I'm so bad at accents or anything like that. I'm not going to embarrass myself.
I tried.
If it was something that I had even a small capability of being able to do, I would consider it. But I'll probably end up offending somebody.
Yo, meanwhile, getting that Mjolnir online. These fights have been close, but Vici now starting to pull away.
These fights have been wild. I don't even think they are pulling away. They just got one good fight, right, where they doom the Darkseer and stun the Dazzle. I think it's still anybody's game. Obviously, the Aegis makes a big difference, but this PL is still a big problem.
He gave the shard over to the Doom, too, and he's going into a refresher.
Yeah, I like that. We've talked about the shard already this tournament. I mean, it is really strong. Is that a Maelstrom? Yeah, DK has Maelstrom as well, so they're going to have double Mjolnir up at some point soon. Does make PL's game a lot harder, especially the active and the static charge. I think it's called. I'm not sure, but yeah, it feels really good because obviously you put it on the target that the PL wants to kill, and the constant shield procs going to get through those illusions even quicker.
Wing forward into the Infernal Blade. They go after Lanham. They've got the Spirit Vessel on him. A quick kill onto the Dazzle.
They're about to come high ground, and I'm just sitting under my tower syndrome, unfortunately. Oh my god, this tower melts. Oh my goodness. They're going to have to try
Static Storm. Poyoyo, though, he's over to the side. Will they be able to do anything with the BKB pop by Borax? He's going to try and roll out of harm's way, but the right click's coming in from Ori, who's able to go over the trees and stops him from rolling back into the base. Now, Dragon Tail, right clicks in. All that's happening, they've got themselves the wall down, but the Doom comes down to the Darkseer. They get the kill on XSS. It's going to be 3 heroes dead on the side of Aster. And now they're going to finish it off with the 4th. They'll take out White Album. Old Weapon finally falls, but is he going to be able to be stopped by Monet? This charge is on from Vici. Monet has nothing left in the tank, and they will get the full team wipe. Vici will take the 2-0 and knock Aster down to the lower bracket.
I really think Lanham's going to be kicking himself after that fight. You know, the fact that he's the one that dies first, just sitting under his tower as the push is about to come into the high ground. You know, we've seen it so many times before, but a player with his level of experience will be like, you know, I really shouldn't have let that happen kind of thing.
Yeah.
But, you know, it happens to everybody sometimes, right? So, yeah, really well played. What a great game as well. So much back and forth. You really thought that Aster had it in the bag when this PL started to come online massively, right? Then one good fight where they're able to take the second Aegis, and then one great high ground push. No buybacks. Game's over.
Yeah, I just don't think that 2-0 really tells the story of that series. The first game, I think, was a blowout from Vici, but that second game was back and forth and close enough where it really could have been anybody's game down to the wire, and you just have the great performance again from Vici where they're able to execute so well so many times, and it's not just a one-person standout performance, it's the full team standout performance, being able to set up these spells together and really work as a team. It felt like they were moving as one unit so many times together. And Vici, they end up taking the 2-0 over Aster. So to take it a little bit more in detail, we'll throw it back over to the panel. The two smart people over there, 1437 and Effie, and then the host will take it away. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Beakup and Mo Farah. Yes, indeed. The series is taken by storm by Vici Gaming. Aster seemingly not standing a chance in this series. I mean, wow, what a game, though. I mean, firstly, those team fights were absolutely insane.
That one team fight that Mo is talking about, the one that gave them the second Aegis, that was some of the most absurdly long team fight we've seen this entire tournament. It was so back and forth. PL did so much damage. Terrorblade did so much damage. Dazzle got Graves off. Dragon Knight was going in and out of the fight with 100 HP. It was ridiculous. It was such a good Dota to watch. But in the end, they really just couldn't do anything. Once they got the initiation later on the Dazzle with the DK and they blew him up and they got the Doom off on the Darkseer, there really isn't that much Aster could have done at that point. They had to play for that second Aegis and get it themselves, but losing it there kind of sealed the game for them.
Absolutely did. Yeah, I mean, Theban, what was the biggest points about these team fights, which was just swinging it in Vici's favor?
The thing about this game is Aster had to do so much to be able to even stand neck to neck with VG. Like, you needed to have long drawn out fights. You need to make sure the hero who gets doomed has already gotten their spells off first, like the Darkseer. Like one fight, Darkseer got doomed and died, but he already got everything off. So it didn't really matter. And then you need the peel to go in the right angle, cash your disruptor first, then you burn the mana of some Terrorblade or whatever, then you kill another guy, then you go back for the TB. It's just too much effort for VG to win, for Aster to win these fights. So you see the names are swapped over, so I got confused for a second.
Yeah, it does say Aster victory, which...
But yeah, and for VG, it's very simple. You doom Darkseer, you doom whoever that hasn't gotten their skills off, you get the